The time has come. We are here. God, I'm so fucking excited. I could not stop thinking about this shit for all week. I am, man. Alright. Let's go ahead. Let's swap scenes over. Boop. Alright, hi. Why is it not capturing? 14, what are you doing? I literally have a specific 14 capture. There we go. Okay, cool. We're good now. Okay. Jesus. Alright, let me unmute the game. Stop that. Why is the game so loud? The game's really loud. Hold up. I'm gonna turn it down to like there. That should be good. Damn, consolation prizes feels bad. I was literally just running around Golden Saucer doing all the daily shit while I was waiting. So, let me see. Is there anything else I need to do? I don't think so. I got the cacpot. I got the gate that was going on. I got fashion report, and now I got the big cacpot. So I think we're good here. Okay. Let's go ahead. I'm going to teleport to, what's it called? I'm going to teleport to the first. We're going to go to the Crystarium. I literally just did that. You literally just watched me do that, Narok. Alright. Let's go on over here to the pendants. Oh, fuck. Okay, so one thing I definitely want to do, I don't know when I want to do it. I might wait till right before the last quest to do it. Yeah, fuck it, yeah, I'm gonna wait till the last quest to do it. I was going to rewatch the trailer again, but I think it'll be a better idea to hold that off till right before the last quest. Yeah, let's do that, actually. I was debating if I wanted to do it now or later. I think we'll do it later. So that's good for now. Fuck. Micro cockpot? Who's... I don't know about that one. Alright. Is there anything else I need to do before we get into things? Is there anything else I need to do that I'm forgetting? That's the big thing. Let me double check gear real quick. Durabilities are all good, it looks like. Alright. I'll go ahead and repair regardless since they're right here. I have not finished my role quest. Should I finish the role quests before the game? Or before Shadowbringers end? Because I do want to do that at some point tonight. But I don't know, like, how prescient is. You have to finish them at some point. Okay, yeah, well, let's just do them now. Okay. That sounds like a good plan. Amarang, I think. Gotta go Mortsuk. Alright. Alright, that sounds like a good plan. That'll ease us into things before we, like, start doing wacky shit. Point in the story where it's like, okay, go get a thing from your role quest video. Alright, cool. Good to know. I hope this is the right person, wherever the fuck they are. I think this is it. Yeah. There's Granson. It's finally 2 p.m. for me, true. It is. Alright, let's do this. Hey there, sinner. I broke the bad news to the widow of that scavenger while you were away. Though Twitch at your 2 p.m. 3 hours ago. I said 2 p.m. PST, to be fair. She took it about as well as you'd expect. After she cried herself hoarse, I started asking her about the choker and where her husband had got it. Seems he and his mates took a trip to Ilmeg a year or so back, hoping to cart off all the Verberite treasures they could carry from an untouched ruin they'd learned about. Of course, in their greed, they neglected to account for the Fae folk, who'd killed or drove mad most of them. Those who survived didn't come away empty-handed, though. In fact, they'd stumbled upon a remarkable find. The 3 sacred treasures of the royal family. Going for VA3 right now? Oh, shit. You are very close to where I am, then. That's good. Ah! Come.
Crimson 203 scheme come.
Alright, fair enough. Thanks, Elsie. I appreciate that. Thanks for the resub. They escaped with 2, the Fangs of Orthrus being one of them, which was sold by another scavenger to a Yulmoran. Either that merchant you met or at the Beehive or an agent of his, I'd wager. Sussy, no you. So, the merchant gives it over to Melinda for restoration, after which Dikaiosine attacks Right, presumably because he's after it as well. Meanwhile, the scavenger here in Mordsuk keeps the choker, the Eyes of Orthrus, locked away for safekeeping, and when he finally decides to sell it, the sinless bastard shows up again. Which brings us to the here and now. Damned if they know why, but at this point there's no denying that Dikaiosine's been hunting the royal relics. And so, assuming he hasn't already claimed the 3rd one, the Claws of Orthrus, then I say we should get our hands on it first and use it to lure him out of hiding. But to that end, we'll have to venture into the Fairy Kingdom ourselves. Those scavengers didn't receive the warmest welcome and were not like to be treated any better. I've traveled to Ilmig before. Boom. Easy. Have you now? And let the little devils let you go. I can only assume they've taken a liking to you. That settles it then. We'll head to Ilmig and ask after this Voberite ring. Alright. Let's go. Let me see. Gotta go to Ilmig. Alright, grandson. What a remarkably uneventful trip. I kept jumping at shadows, waiting for the Eaters or foul demons or worse to attack. Though that might be preferable to the Fave, frankly. Still, we're going to have to deal with them eventually if we're going to find this ring. After all, the new Mo were part of the Voberite Society, and without their help, I'm not sure where to even begin our search. Perhaps there's a village of some sort you can guide us to. There's plenty. Plenty, eh? Very well. Lead on, sinner. Let's go. Alright. Something about your demeanor bespeaks a question unasked. Have I the right of it? You're playing Yu-Gi-Oh? Yo. I didn't even know there was like a Yu-Gi-Oh game. I guess that makes sense, but I don't know. I've never thought about it before. Have I the right of it? A ring that belonged to the royal family of Vober, and it was called the Claws of Orthrus, huh? But Vober is long gone, as are the caretakers of the ring you seek, who can say where it might have got to. It's a lot more than one, that makes sense. I just never thought about it before, so... that does check out, though. Oh, hello there. You have questions for me? The Claws of Orthrus. It's a ring, you say? The name I've heard before, but it was nothing to say. But I know nothing save that. Ah, Su'ul served the royal family before the flood. Somewhat temperamental they are, but surely they will have knowledge of this treasure you seek. Okay. Keep it time. Do I have mount music on? There we go. Turn off mount music. Get out of the dog's ass. Alright, grandson. Had yourself a conversation or three? Learn anything interesting? A little bit. So this Su'ul is the one we ought to speak with, eh? A former servant of the royal family, which would mean they've lived well over a century. Bugger me. Yep. So we over here. Be zooming. Cutscene. Woo. Is it voiced? Nah. I do not know you, yet you seem to know me. A little bit. Oh? Okay. The fifth was discovered yesterday. A young girl not yet of age, transformed into a misshapen beast like the others before her. As if we needed more proof of a pattern. At this rate, any citizen could be next. Let me tell you, at least learn something from this one. I studied her remains myself. 'Twas plain a powerful magic had been employed. Vestiges of the enchantment lingered long after. The culprit, I think, is not a man to be trifled with. That is all I can say for now, but you may rest assured that I will ascertain their identity ere long. On my honor as court mage, I swear it. Until I do, however, I would implore you and your fellow knights to dispatch any who turn or show signs, without hesitation. That guy looks fucking evil as hell. I don't like that. But these are our kith and kin. Should we not try to keep them alive until a way to reverse their transformation can be found? Your mercy would place countless others at risk. As a knight of Verber, did you not vow to serve all her people? Justice for the weakest among us, was it not? How many such innocents will die before you do what must needs be done? It pains me deeply, Brandon, but the safety of the royal family is paramount. I fear that to take anything less than the most drastic measures would be to invite death into this castle. Among us, oh shit. Death is already here. Surely you must see that. Who the fuck? Whoomst. Oh, okay, that voice was way off. All right. I will not let it be whispered that Princess Solidia turned a blind eye to her people's suffering. These crimes are a tragedy that weighs upon every Verberite's soul, mine most of all, and that is why I will take charge of the investigation myself. My lady, be reasonable. You cannot put yourself in harm's way. You have a responsibility to your subjects. So I'm to gamble with their lives instead. Let them shield me while I alone take shelter and look down on them from high. Yes, exactly. You are their princess. You are Brandon, yes? The new recruit? A rather promising one from what the captain has told me. You will attend me personally. My lady. You heard me. I will not stand idly by while we have the power to make a difference. Together we will see justice done for all, as your vow and your princess demand. Lady Saldia, I understand. Forgive me my hesitation. My life and my sword are yours to command. I have great expectations for you. I trust you will not disappoint me. Right. There's no telling when our culprit will strike again, so we must begin our investigation at once. There are witnesses to be questioned, clues to be gathered. Come, come. Now, Lady Saldia. Lady Saldia! Even the stubborn child. I wish you the best of luck, Brandon. You will need it and more. Hey, are you alright? I keep forgetting to press shift before I press space, because I bound shift and space to be continue. The way you were holding your head as if racked by a terrible pain. What happened to you just now? I just saw into your past. It's fine. Lady Saldia, you saw her with your mind's eye? Then it is as I suspected. You have the gift too. You are like Brandon. Oh. What do you mean she's like Brandon? So these guys had the echo. Oh shit. Brandon? Why have you come to me? What is it that you seek? I see, and for this hunt of yours you have come to Ilmeg in search of the claws of Orthus. I'm afraid this is no simple matter. First I would know that you are capable of facing the Aegir you seek. There is a spot in the river not far from here in which I used to bathe, until a number of beasts grew equally fond of it. If you are the warrior you claim to be, they should pose no challenge whatsoever. Yeah, that'll be fine. As for you, I have questions. Alright, let's go kill some bitches. How long has it been since you bathed? You know, good question. I didn't think about that. I'd like to think that he just found a different spot, but who knows? Oh, hi, Pinch. And just sitting here with his fucking umbrella. Imagine. Actually, did I just say Pinch? I meant Plague. I'm dumb. God, my brain is breaking right now. Get my chocobo out real quick. Other P name, yeah. Whee. Alright. God, it's so nice having all the birds. Yeah, exactly. Easy. The beasts are no more, then? Good, good. I hadn't the heart to do it myself, for they were no ordinary beasts, but old friends who had survived the flood, victims of the curse you heard us speak of in your vision. This curse transforms people into monsters, like how synergies can spawn more of their own kind. I will speak no more of this until, or other matters until you have completed the task I set before you. This is non-negotiable, grandson. Tauda accepted my terms, and so must you. Watch the Stranger Things finale with your family? Alright, yeah, hopefully won't miss too much. We'll see. There'll probably be like a half-hour period where I also take a break because of food, but we'll see. It's like an entire movie. Jesus. Ugh. This is non-negotiable, Grants. I already did that. There we go. So secretive, the both of you. Can't we all just speak plain? Your comrade refuses to acknowledge his situation. This may take time, but I am patient. Indeed, I have dealt with many a stubborn child in my life. Exemplary timing, Tauda. 'Twas not more than a moment ago that grandson returned, having at last obliged my humble request. Humble request, my ass. There's no one better than your Moran aristocrat, so accustomed to making others do their bidding. I tell you, there's something off-putting about taking orders from a dog. Ere you continue to give me cause to reconsider aiding your hunt, perhaps you should ask your questions. Fine. Tauta said she saw a vision of you and Brandon looking thick as thieves. You were friends, eh? Know what he's up to now? Brandon is dead. He died over a century ago, together with his comrades in an attempt to halt the flood that they themselves set in motion. I presume you speak of the eater that took possession of his corpse. The Kaiosine, aye. But unlike most eaters, he's been doing more than roam about aimlessly. For some reason, he's been hunting down the royal treasures of old Verber. And he's been killing anyone who got in his way. Is he now? Heh, what irony. Even in death he remains a slave to duty, a knight brave and true. He's a murderer, and I'll not hear it said otherwise. He ruined my life, killed my beloved right before my very eyes. Every night I go to bed dreaming of the day I'll take my revenge. Oh, I see. Truly you have suffered a terrible loss, but while your thirst for vengeance is quite natural and understandable, it is ultimately misguided. Unusual behavior notwithstanding, Dikaiosine is nevertheless no more than an eater. To hate him is to hate the sea that claims the ship, the disease that steals the child, the tremor that topples the home, the mindless force of nature that begets destruction, driven by fragmented memory. Don't you dare make excuses for him. You think I wanted any of this? I grew up on a farm. I could barely wield a sword, and now I've got to kill one of the bloody cardinal virtues. Hate and anger and vengeance are all I've got now. My every waking moment is dedicated to plotting his death. It has to be. It has to be. So just tell us where the God's damned ring is, and we'll be on our way. This is how it has to be, Who you have to be. Nay, I think not. You ask too much, demand far, far too much, and in exchange for what? This I cannot abide. Are you trying to barter with me? You little shite. Tell me what I want to know or I'll beat it out of you. Damn. Back off, Tauta. I won't let anyone or anything stand between me and Melinda's murderer. Brandon was a dear friend. To know that Anita disgraces his flesh and his memory pains me more than I can well express. It would bring me great comfort if you were to grant him peace. I should like to share with you a story, if you would be so kind as to join me in the Agia. This had better have a point. Alright, let's go. Where's that at? Oh, okay, that's all the way there. That's the castle. Alright. Fly on up there real quick. Oh boy. Solo duty. What is this? Oh god. That's a thing I forgot to do. Oh well, I'll do that later. That's okay. I just realized I forgot to take my meds, but I'll do that when I go eat. That should be fine. It's beautiful even now, a place of forgotten dreams. Before it was the Agia, in a time of Verber, it was the Gurunis leaked. The memory of mine in which you walked was a troubled time, and the people of our kingdom were preyed upon by an ambitious fool. Brandon, then a young knight who had only just won his spurs, had caught the eye of Princess Saldia, who chose him as her personal guardian. However, he was far too inexperienced, and was unable to keep her safe when she ventured outside these walls on one of her investigations. For his failure, he was stripped of his knighthood, and shortly thereafter quit Verber. I thought I would never see him again. Then one day he returned, one of several wandering adventurers led by the name of Ardbur, who had accepted our invitation to look into the mysterious transformations, which had continued unabated in Brandon's absence. Nope. Lady Saldia was overjoyed for a time, and it was like nothing had changed. They spoke often and grew even closer. Then came the day when we learned the truth. When we learned that the architect of our kingdom's suffering was none other than the court mage Tadric. Ha! I knew it! I knew that guy was fucking evil. I do gotta say, it is really cool that these role quests basically just give background to the other Warriors of Darkness. That is super sick. It's him, Brandon. I'm sorry. So am I. Come, let's have done with it. These role quests. I don't think we're rolling anywhere, Plague. Jesus Christ, my brain is broken. I almost said pinch again. We're not rolling around. Yeah, I knew this guy was fucking evil. He just has that look. It was you, Tadric. Do not deny it. Tormenting our people, twisting them, and transforming them into monsters. And for what? Brandon. And after I took such pains to be rid of you, you may strip me of my titles, but not my oaths. I shall serve Lady Saldia till my dying breath. As you like. Once I have you killed and your friends, there will be no one left to stop me from claiming the throne. Hear me, my children. The hour of reckoning is at hand. Rejoice, for in noble sacrifice shall you find everlasting glory. Oh boy. Lord, Tadric, it hurts. Soon you shall know no more pain. Just about to fucking transform all of them. Yeah. Is there like fucking like anti-sin eaters? It's wild. I was going to make it quick for old time's sake, but now I think I ought to take my time. Do we actually get to play as them? Wait a fucking second. Do we actually get to play as them? I didn't even think about this. Are we gonna play as them? Yo! That's sick as fuck. Okay. Swashbuckler combo. What's this? Second combo. Okay. Buff. We'll throw that on 4, 5, and then we'll throw that on 3. And every roll quest. That's sick as hell. That should be good, right? Core target HP, increase physical damage, yeah. Is that I can't tell if greatest equip. I'm guessing greatest equip is a what's it called? An AoE combo. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, okay. Alright, murder. Yeah, I'm trying to kill the thralls. We're getting there. Oh, bring him in. Okay. Bring in. Brought him in. Hit him with the AoE. I believe. Hey, good shit. Yeah, he's gonna fucking murder all these assholes. Jesus. Oh. Alright, Ardbert, you get on that one, I'll get on this one. Go. Restore. What spell? Oh, he's casting. There we go. I was like, what do you mean? Don't let him cast that spell, because I couldn't see where someone was, who was casting. Nope. Actually, yeah, hold up. Now, Albert, you come over here. Oops, I just realized I was targeting the wrong thing. Thank you for the heal. Okay, I'm gonna bring all of them over here. AoE time. Yeah. Oh, okay. Decker boards. Over. Keep on AoEing. Got some healing as well. Oh boy. Okay. AoE. Bring him over. There we go. Only two more. Almost there. Oh boy. Oh, never mind, there's two more on the other side too. I didn't see those. Never mind, there's four more. Oh, I see. Get in the way. Yeah, fuck off. Gonna bring it over here. There we go. Start grabbing this one. Oh, okay. Whoever's preparing, we can't let him finish. Oh shit. Come here. Yeah, murder these assholes. Get out of here with that telegraphed AoE. Or untelegraphed. Alright. Murder time. We should be good. We'll literally just keep spamming. Good shit. Meddlesome wretch. This kingdom is by rights mine. Brandon, what is the meaning of this? Tadric, you... But why, after serving us faithfully for so many years? I am no servant. No servant. Not of your mother or father or you. Oops. Oh shit. Is she dead? Is she just dead? Uh-oh. Gods damn you! What a dick. Motherfucker really just said, but before I go... Lady Saldia, speak to me. Brandon, my dear, brave Brandon. Am I your princess still? Would you honor your vows even now? Now and ever after, my lady. My sword is yours to command. Uh-oh. That's not good. That is well. Would that I had the strength to wield it myself. Steel your heart, brave Brandon, and for the good of Verber and her people. No. No, no, I cannot, I will not. Honor your vows, to your kingdom, to your princess. To your friend, who never doubted you, who knew that you would return and see justice. Justice. No, it should be me. Brandon, my sword, now and ever after. We rounded up the rest of Tadric's co-conspirators and tossed them in the jail. The ones who hadn't been corrupted by his magics, that is. Hmm. Will not hesitate again, no matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice. Why did she drop a crystal? Well, you saw what happened. Fighting Vothri? Oh shit. Are you like at the point where you're like, are you queuing? Because I will help if you want. Wicked White. She begged him to do it, like Melinda. Come, let us quit this place and return to Pleione. Save a spot for you with the good shit, will do. And a 1-second queue and already in. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, you're like literally right before me now. So that is perfect. Alright, back to the town. What's the entrance? Is that the entrance? Yeah. Good design. Well, I guess maybe not necessarily perfect design, because there are crystals over there. But trying to find where the entrance is, you know it is, because it has the fucking crystals right up front. And there's like massive ass stone wall. Okay. I almost just ran past him again. I keep doing that. Do you know why I entered into the royal family's service many long years ago? Because I was attacked by a wild beast which nearly tore me to shreds. It was Lady Saldia who came to my rescue. She saved me, and that is a debt that can never be repaid. But there is naught in this world which holds greater value than life itself. Not even her death absolves me of it, and so I must always first consider her wishes, her desires, what she would grant for me and her kingdom, for Brandon, and yes, even for you, grandson. But me? To define oneself in opposition to the other, another bereft of complexity of nuance, wholly devoid of redeeming qualities. A villain, indeed, there is comfort and certainty in hatred. But it is false and fleeting comfort, bought with lies that we tell ourselves about who we are and what we must be, what we must do, and never you mind the cost. If anything, the more we offer up in sacrifice, the better. Do you not see? Brandon was right to hesitate, to doubt. The unwavering blade does not care whom it serves, nor who it cuts. I think I need a moment. Perhaps you do as well. Leave us for now, Tara. Grandson, I have given you ample time to consider the path that has brought you here, and where it inevitably leads all who walk it. I didn't know what to do after I lost Melinda, how to mourn her, how to live. I felt that if I put it all on Dikaiosine, put my everything into the hunt, that at least I wouldn't have to think about myself or what comes next. I wanted to hollow myself out and fill up that hole with hate. Forget who I was, and irony of ironies, that's just what the poor bastard tried to do to himself a century ago too, isn't it? Ha! Hard men making hard choices. What rot. Hold on to the Melinda and the memories you shared. Let that love guide you. Think not of Dikaiosine, but Brandon. Give him peace, and you will find your own. I'm going with the second option here. No. Maybe. Still, that thing's no more than a mindless eater. Nothing I can say or do to make it right. So I'll finish the hunt for Melinda and for Brandon. And then I'll move on. I did see that, Elsie, and it's really good frame data display too. Like, really good frame data display. It's wild. Yeah, no, I saw that shit. That's nuts. And they're not making you pay extra for it like some games. Move on, you say. I can't live off hate. Shouldn't have made it this far, frankly. And the more I try to reach for it, the more I find sorrow, pity. Curse not fate, but mourn her victims. Remember the dead as they lived. Aye, something like that. Reckon Tauda would agree, and Melinda if she were here. But would probably slap me a dozen times and call me a bloody fool for acting the way I have. Oh, well, maybe you've been thinking about doing all that in her stead, eh? Apologies for treating you with such disrespect before, Sulu. I'd like to claim I finally understand what you've been trying to tell me all this time, but I'm still getting my head around it. Recognizing your faults is the first and most important step. I will tell you what you want. I will tell you what I know of the Claws of Orthus. The ring, together with the bracelet and choker, were 3 relics passed down through the royal family over generations, signifying the owner's right to rule. Princess Saldia was the last of her line, and after her death, they were stored in a sanctuary for safekeeping. However, a year ago, a band of thieves learned of its existence. The ones who stole the fangs and eyes of Orthus. Yes, the relics were concealed with magical wards. We can only presume that once they were spirited away, Dikaiosine was then able to sense their presence. Even in death, a slave to duty, you said. You think he pursued the thieves out of an instinctive loyalty to his princess. That I do. After all, he was content to leave them be so long as they remained hidden. Only 2 of the 3 were taken, then the 3rd is still... Claim the Claws of Orthus and he will surely come for you, yes. Thimgeus is where you must go. Once you arrive at the place I marked on your map, cast this powder into the air. The glamour will fade and you will see the chest with the ring. The rest is up to you. Thank you, so I promise we will bring your friend peace. With me, sinner. But yeah, no, fucking Street Fighter 6 frame data display is actually like nutty good. May you find peace as well, child. But it's just like really easy to understand the way they have it set out. Like it shows all the different parts of what all the frames are doing. Like invincibility, what's startup, what's all that shit. It's fucking nutty how good that shit is. That alone made me like go from, oh yeah, I'll probably get Street Fighter 6 to like, oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna get this. Actually, I haven't seen Skullgirls from data display, so I can't say on that. But yes, that is fair. Skullgirls got good frame data display. I wouldn't be surprised. Like that, but SF6 has more features. Ah, yeah. Oh, it's like Skullgirls to display. Ah, I see. My brain was like, I read it as I, so I'm dumb. But yeah, regardless, fucking sick as hell. Alright. Where it at? Right here. Alright, another duty. Let's do it. Let's murder us a Sin Eater. And a Warrior of Darkness at the same time. Oh boy. Toss the powder into the air, and as it slowly settles to the earth, as twinkling motes of light, a coffer begins to take shape. There it is. This must be the claws of Orthus. All that's left is to decide when and where we want to confront the Eater. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think we have that choice. Hi, buddy. Or we could deal with it here and now. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Bar 3 is down, hell yeah. Oh boy. You're gonna... good luck with cutscenes, oh boy. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Hey there, old man. I don't know you, and you don't know me, but I know your story. I know this isn't you, and I know that if Lady Saldia was here, she'd say the same thing. It'll all be over soon, I promise you. Let's do this. Put the poor bastard out of his misery. Yes. Also, hi, Ike. Oh, Jesus. Easily dodgeable abilities? Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Oops, didn't get out of there in time. Brand of Sin? What does that do? Oh, okay. What the fuck? What is that? Burning Brand. Oh, shit. Save me! Grandson, save me! Save me! Your DPS suffered pretty good. Oh, yeah. Whoops, got hit by all that. Getting back here. Okay. Bright Sphere, what'd that do? Those are some bright spheres. Come over here. Excellent, dragged him out of that. Good job, me. Proud. Might makes right. Okay, yep. Get over here. What the fuck? Okay. Fine, just murder him. Okay, what are these gonna do? Okay, more donuts. Come here. boy. Go. Bright spheres. Oops, I thought I had a gap closer there, but I didn't. Oh god. There we go. Good shit. Oh, damn eater. Let him go. He's not your bloody puppet. The crystal. Finally. You watching Melinda? Got fucking like chunks taken out of it too. Now, and ever after, my lady Saldia, my sword is yours to command. Brandon, he's still in there? I'll not hesitate again, no matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice. Wait, is he trapped in the memory still? You're wrong, Brandon. That's not what you would want. Let go of your anger. Let go of her. But that would make me lesser in your eyes, wouldn't it? To shoulder a burden that need not be mine. No, I will not forsake compassion and love. I will not dishonor your memory. Oh, my lady Saldia. He's gone. And with that, the three treasures of the royal family are reunited. Now we've just got to find a place to stick them so that no scavenger ever stumbles upon them again. Least we can do for the princess and her knight, am I right? Maybe Sul will have some ideas. Let's head back to Plani. Alright, up we go. I'm just gonna warp, actually. I'll spend the 70 gil. Oops. Is it done? Brandon has been laid to rest. Saw us when we arrived. Do you really have to ask? No, I suppose not. Oh, my dear friend, I pray you have found peace. And what of you, Ganson? Has the turmoil in your heart subsided at last? Aye, I suppose so, though, to be honest, it felt like I made peace with him before we even fought. Because you finally saw him for what he was, and accepted the truth into your heart. The battle was but an afterthought. Easy for you to say. You didn't have to cross blades with the bloke. By the way, I've brought you some gifts. The three royal relics of Vober. Then Brandon was safeguarding both the bracelet and the choker. And now it's your turn to look after the whole lot. That's what Lady Stadio and her knight would have wanted, I reckon. Yes, of course. That their souls may sleep soundly forevermore. We shall enshrine these relics for all eternity. Now that that's settled, I suppose we should be on our way. There's a detour I'll have to take, but afterwards I'd like to speak to you back at the usual spot in the Crystarium. Be well, Sul. Bye, grandson. I think that one has a bright life ahead of him. Few can find the strength to overcome such a terrible tragedy, but he did. As have you, on no few occasions, I am sure. It has been a pleasure, Tauda. Do visit me should you ever yearn to hear an old fool prattle on and on. Alright, back to the Crystarium. Ooh. Honestly, I might just do a whole stream of the other 3 role quests, because those are pretty good. Well, I would have to level up enough to do the healer and magic DPS ones, but yeah. So that'll be a little bit, but. Well met, Sinner. Glad to see you made it back safe and sound. Having returned to where it all began, I can't help but think back to when I first came here, thinking only of Jicayosine and my revenge. I was so wrapped up in my own personal affairs that I didn't realize I was only pushing others away. Bernard was the only one who saw through the facade. He's a perceptive one eye. Took one look at me and when I got back and broke into a smile. Ah, there we go. But enough about him. I have yet to thank you properly, Tauda. I owe you so much for sticking with me to the end. So, what's next for you, Senna? Good question. Can't say I feel at home here or in Wright or anywhere else. So I might spend some time on the road. I may not be as skilled a fighter as you, but I reckon I'm better than most. And there's always someone in need of a reliable sword hand. Melinda would want me to use my talents for a noble purpose, and helping folks in need fits the bill. Hells, isn't that what Brandon and his comrades wound up doing in the end? So, let's not call it a goodbye. Let's just say, until the next hunt. Hell yeah. Wheresoever you go, may you find shade, sinner. Ooh, 7 material, shit. Sick. I didn't even realize that. Alright, here we go. That's one set of role quests done. Okay. The time has come. That was a good way to ease into things, so I'm actually very glad we ended up doing those first. And so have you. Ah, shit. I'll laugh last, because you came to die. The damage done, the pain subsides. I can see the fear clear when I look in your eyes. Just starts reciting the entire fucking song. Okay. Let's do this. Oh, miss, you are awake. You were injured during the foray on Mount Gog, yes? I was here at my station, as always, when they carried you in on a makeshift stretcher looking disturbingly bereft of vigor. And to compound my worry, the sky has, well, I'm sure you've seen it. It has everyone rather concerned, to say the least. Seeing you up and about is the first good news we've had in a while. Assuming you feel strong enough, would you mayhap consider a stroll around the city to reassure our anxious citizens? Bragi was one of those who helped convey you to your chambers, and he has visited several times since to inquire after your condition. Sure, let's go speak to Bragi. Where's Bragi at? We're just gonna walk. We're gonna walk there. Oh, you know what? Actually, real quick, before we talk to Bragi, let me check my retainers real quick. I don't know if I've sold anything in the past few days. I have. I've sold a decent amount. Okay, damn. Sell item? Or wait, no, not sell items. Withdraw deal. Okay, never mind. Wait, what? Did this get taken off? Wait, hold up, what? I'm confused. It said that he wasn't selling anything, so I was thinking it was fine, but... Alright, 18998. Jesus. That confused the shit out of me. There we go. Now it says he's selling stuff again. Those sold a lot. We'll gladly take that. Thank you. And we'll double check these. How did the price go up for this? I had it. Well, no, I did have it at 65,000. Never mind. People have since come in though with lower. 6449. 6449. Or one more 4. Actually, is that right? Hold up, let me double check. Yeah, 64449. Double check this one as well. Bonus expanse. I can actually raise my price a bit. Alright, cool. Sick. Well, well, look who's back from the dead. Aye, it was a grim sight. Your companions looked fairly ready to drop when they brought you in, so I offered a helping hand. Couldn't bear to see them struggle so. And you, my friend, I feared you had one foot in the grave. Cold and lifeless you were, like a corpse that was somehow still breathing. Then they told me some evil bastard went and snatched our poor Exarch away in the midst of the chaos. Wicked White, what is this world coming to? Bah, but moaning never solved a thing, did it? Nay, it's times like these that we Crystarium folks stand tall and do what needs to be done. Trade with you or more is back on the table. We'd best make use of those resources to fortify the city against the Eaters, or whatever mystery the fates deem fit to throw at us next. Speaking of misery, Chesamil was worried sick about you. A healer wringing your hands is not a sight you ever wish to see, let me tell you. Let's go. Let's go talk to her. Oh, sweetie, you're alive. No one's been allowed to see you. Even Spagarick's chirurgeons were forbidden from making visits. Reen was kind enough to tell me you were showing symptoms similar to Eater corruption, so I suppose there was little any of us could have done for you in any case. As for your companions, they've been rushing hither and yon, seeking a cure to your condition. I worry to see their faces grown ever more haggard every time they pass through the Crystarium. I shall let them know you are awake, and when they come to see you, sweetie, please do convince them to rest a bit. They won't be helping anyone if they all collapse of exhaustion. Ah, and our own Morin has been a little better, I'm afraid. Has been little better, I'm afraid. He hasn't left the cabinet, too busy with his nose buried in one dusty tome or another. Alright, that's down there, yeah. Whoa, it's Pinch. Whoa, wait, Pinch. Yeah, I think Pinch is literally questing right alongside me now, so that's actually sick. Perfect timing. Confound it. It says the same thing as the last. Mayhap I should approach the problem from a different perspective. Powder! It is truly you, and not some figment of my imagination. Oh, but this is wonderful. 'Twould seem our prayers have been answered. Feeling otherwise helpless, I've been scouring our shelves for the wisdom to explain this most worrisome conundrum. Why, with all the Light Wardens defeated, has the light returned to obscure the sky? I must have pored over 100 tomes, but no definitive conclusion seems forthcoming. So many questions I would pose to the Exarch, and thus do I feel his absence all the more keenly. Now that you are awake, however, I am hopeful the search for our stolen steward might begin in earnest. Catelys, meanwhile, leads the crystalline mean in preparations for battle, though against what foe we are as yet uncertain. Why not pay her a visit? I expect seeing you upright would be a much welcome relief. I Pinch. Wow. We jump. I guess that would probably be teleport up. Tara, alive and well, I see. You gave us all a proper fright, you know that? Not a day's gone by that I haven't heard folk worrying what's to become of you or the Exarch. Anyway, I'm glad you've recovered enough to stand. You're not planning on striking out straight away, though, are you? I was hoping you'd have a better look at your equipment. If we'd been able to provide you with better weapons or sturdier helms, then maybe you would have won the day and the Exarch would still be here. As such, we're keeping busy consulting each other on new forging techniques and designs and the like. Yeah, Pinch is literally right alongside now, which is sick. If you could stand still a moment, I'd like to assess the gear we're trying to improve. well, that's some fine work, I must admit. It wouldn't be impossible to make something better, but we'd need to experiment with different patterns and materials. And I'm not sure we have that kind of time. Ooh? That sounds like a challenge that he would enjoy. Ooh? Oomst? Greetings, Glynard. The Master of the Stairs is running his own errands nowadays, is he? Aye, well, my servers are distraught enough as it is, and I didn't want to crack the whip too hard. But never mind that. I'm thinking our absent genius and his epiphanies are the perfect answer to this predicament of yours. And by genius, you mean old Grenold. He is a man of unrivaled gifts, I won't argue with you there. But what good does his talent do us if we can't bloody find him? No one's seen hide nor hair of Grenold since he wandered off some years ago. You know what he's like once he latches onto an idea. He's probably cloistered himself in some forgotten cave, completely absorbed in his latest creation. I wouldn't even know where to start looking. That does make things difficult. Still, if that eccentric is someone you're destined to meet, I wager he'll show up soon enough. In my time at the bar, many is the tale I've heard told of strangely fated encounters, even if a few of them might have been stretching the truth just a bit. He'll keep our noses to the grindstone for the time being, but on the off chance you do encounter Grenold, you'd be wise to take advantage of his brilliance rather than to wait on our slow and steady progress. This is the talk for when you're fully recovered, of course. I'll let you go back to convalescing, eh? Ah, before you do that, you're actually the reason I came over here in the first place. Don't suggest partaking of my stock until you're properly well, but if you're passing near the stairs, then I've got a regular who's eager to see you. Okay. Interesting. I'd best be getting back. Just because the world's coming apart at the seams doesn't mean we have to follow suit now, does it? Here. We can't forget the heart upon which this city was founded, or the Exarch might not have much of a home to return to. Alright. Tauda, you alright? I think a return to your sick bed might be in order. Or you might consider resting a while atop the watchtower next to the rookery. This damnable sky doesn't make for the most soothing scenery, but the Exarch often likes to stand there and feel the wind upon his face. Okay. Let's go. I actually have been meaning to go up there because there's a fucking vista there that I never went and got. And I kept forgetting to grab it. Can I not jump down there? Oh, this fucking game sucks. Can I jump down from here? There we go. It was just barely too far over. Can't believe it. Now, let me see. I remember there being a vista up here, so we'll have to see where it is. Oh yeah, it's on that pole. There we go. Boom. Get it, Pinch, I believe. I believe in you. Oh no! I believe. I believe. You got this. There you go. Good shit. Alright, now we go up. Let me face the right direction.
people of this city have spirit, I'll give them that. They've not lost the will to fight.
Speaking of Ardbert, okay, so I wanna talk about Ardbert for a second. I have theories, and I don't know. I feel like there's only two ways this could go, because Minfilia was saying that Ardbert still has a purpose. The only two things I can think of that can happen off of that is he gives his life force up to basically save me, what remains of it, or, which I don't know how this might happen, but I have a theory he might be able to come back to, like, actual proper life. I don't know. I'm curious as to see where that's gonna go. But I feel like that could only go two ways. All you'll say is this, smile. Alright. Good. Alright, anyway. Let's continue. I kind of hope he becomes a main staple party member, because that would be sick.
Looking at that sky, knowing what it means to everyone, and that you're responsible.
Oh boy, this is a choice. Still can't believe it's coming from me. Damn.
Neither can I, to be honest. But you heard what the Ascian said. The light you shine will warp the world around you, whether you like it or not. Even your Stoller and Reen had to concede that point. You're in a corner, and there doesn't seem to be any obvious way out. But that doesn't mean it's over. However hopeless it seems, you haven't lost yet. I remember looking up at the sky like this before. Being caught up in a strange kind of calm. It was after we realized we were responsible for the flood. When we resolved to journey to the source by taking our own lives. One last sacrifice. One last fight. One last failure. And then the Oracle appeared and, well, you know the rest.
Hmm?
There were times in the years and decades that followed when I wondered if we might not have been better off just letting the rejoining happen. That we'd made one last mistake. But seeing that giant Talos stir to life cured me of any doubts I still had. Always we took the burden of fighting upon ourselves. That's what heroes do, isn't it? So we never had the chance to see anything like that. Our people coming together as one. To think that their hope still burns so bright. That they were still so eager to live, they would lift up their fellows, one on top of the other, till they reached the sky. No. We made the right decision. And I can finally feel proud of the part we played in helping this world survive.
We about to fist bump Ardbert, yo.
Well,
Yo.
come on then.
Fist bump him. Hell yeah. Oh. Oh.
As I thought. What happened between us was no coincidence.
What?
My story may be finished, but the fates have gifted me a minor role in yours. I suspected as much the moment I realized you could hear me. But it's hard not to doubt yourself when you're the man who caused the flood. I was afraid to do anything more than watch for fear of making things even worse. But no longer. After all, the path I once walked is now yours to finish. For what it's worth, I cast my lot with yours. If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you. If you lose control, I'll do my best to stop you. So, let us be about it, hero.
Oh, I was worried you were up here all alone, brooding and fretting and wallowing in your woes. But look
No.
at you, grinning at nothing like a pollen-drunk pixie.
Why are you here?
Look at what you've done to your ether. It's a mess. And you have cracks running all through that pretty soul of yours.
Okay, I didn't know you could sense all that, but alright.
My poor little sapling. Whatever am I to do
Bill
with you?
was pretty good, yeah.
Shall I yield up my throne? You could claim it, cut ties with the mortal world, hide away in the castle.
Ah.
It won't fix the problem, but would it really matter? If any pesky heroes come calling with steel and magic, all of Il Meg will rise up in your defense.
Nah.
My crown and scepter are yours, if you want them.
I don't want them.
What? Don't give me that look. Of course I knew before I asked that you'd never ever heed such a wicked suggestion. And besides, what would become of my precious and ephemeral flower?
I love how you can just see the flickering on my face from this.
Oh, my dear beloved sapling, you are lost, confused, and have precious little time to gather your wits. Your kind is always so preoccupied with what lies ahead, and so we muddle your vision with fog and glamour. But such trickery is easy to see through. Stand very, very still. Think not of where you need to go, but where you are right now at this moment, at this time, in this place.
Those wings are so distracting. Jesus.
Our cairn of crystal. From shadowed hood he watched you go, his ruby eyes with warmth aglow. See yourself as he saw you, and that shall be the clearest clue. You stand in his garden, dear sapling. Ask his flowers what they know, and you will surely find an answer. What will you do with it, I wonder? I'll be watching and waiting. Waiting and watching.
Alright, let's go talk to people. Oh ho, I did not expect to see you on your feet so soon. Surely you have not come in search of an Amaro. What do I know of the Crystal Exarch? I am happy to share, but I fear there will be no surprising revelations. As any in the city could tell you, he is a man of wisdom and compassion, and many untold secrets. But none can doubt his generosity. When the Crystarium was being constructed, he even allowed folk to plunder the tower for resources. He has imposed no restrictions upon us but one. No one except the Exarch is permitted to dwell within the spire. Many seasons past, a comrade of mine was bold enough to ask the reason why. The Exarch merely smiled and said, "Because one day the Crystal Tower may vanish as suddenly as it arrived." That makes sense. Oh, that does make sense. Where are the other ones? There's one up there. Is there another one down here? No. Oh, there's one up there. Okay, we'll go here first. Oh, was there something else you needed? If you've come for the results of my research into this persistent light, I'm afraid there's little to tell as of yet. Records pertaining to the Exarch. Well, I need no documents to relay what little I know of his history, if that's what interests you. Ahem. Less than a decade had passed since the coming of the Flood, when the Crystal Tower first flashed into existence. Its summoner, the Exarch himself, became known to the refugees in Lakeland soon thereafter. He welcomed all who sought out the spire, be they locals who had lost their homes or Voberites fleeing their ruined kingdom, and together did they found the city which would become the Crystarium. Some thought to call him king, but for he refused to share his name, but the summoner did not deem himself worthy of royal address. Thus did the people consider his scintillating skin so elect to the tower he had summoned, and bestowed upon him the title of Crystal Exarch. As for his true name, well, it would seem that is a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. Not anymore. Not to me. Whoops. Third. Fire launch. Tada, it's good to see you awake and alert, my friend. What's this about? You're not writing the Exarch's memoirs, are you? I'm not sure how much I can tell you, considering where you avoid asking too many questions. Unspoken rule and all that. If anyone has any insights to share, then it'd be Captain Lena, I'd say. She lost her parents to an Eater attack not long after she was born, and the Exarch saw her to her upbringing. Outward appearances aside, those two are like grandfather and granddaughter. I imagine the news of his predicament would hit her doubly hard, not that our proud captain would ever let it show. If you do decide to talk to Lena, she'll be at her usual post at the Assessna Gate. Alright, let's go. Tara, I was not told you had awoken. A welcome surprise. Now if only the Exarch was returned to us. He was taken by this rival of yours, was he not? Your companions mentioned they had an idea of where to find him. And so I bristled when they asked for patience. I did not understand their hesitation until I saw that you had fallen. Only then did I realize I had no business rushing ahead. Even so, the delay has been no less agonizing. In the moments before he left to join you in Calusia, the Exarch entrusted me with a key. It opens a door in the ocular to a chamber known as the Umbiculus. This room is the heart of the tower, into which only the Exarch himself is permitted to enter. He bid me allow none to enter the tower once he had departed. Only in the event that an army of Eaters descended upon the city was I to access the Umbiculus and awaken the defensive barrier. Never before had he left me with such instructions, but the battle with the FFXIV loomed near, and the time I accepted the key without much thought. And at the time. Since then, however, that moment is all that occupies my mind. When I recall the look upon his face, he knew that some terrible fate awaited him. Tell me, Tara, I need to know what he feared, what battle you and your companions are truly fighting. Forgive me, I trust in the Exarch, and I should not be voicing these doubts when he is not here to respond to them personally. But you have to come to me with a question of your own, have you not? Ah, I see. I'm not the only one who burns for answers. The time has come to open the tower's heart, though we do not face an invasion of Eaters. I suspect the city will be in far more danger if you do not gain the knowledge you seek. Okay. Interesting. Come, meet me in the ocular, and I will unlock the door within. Let's go. Mistress Tara, the captain said to expect you. Guessing it's going to be voiced.
I have unlocked the door to the umbilicus. You are free to enter. Once you have what you require, I'll see it sealed once more. Until then, I will remain without. A lot of books. Oh. Oh.
A moment to collect my thoughts, I prithee. Thy true name is Grahatia, then. By thy claims, thou too art a native of the Source, though from an age beyond our own, when the 8th umbral calamity hath visited devastation upon our star. Thou hast, by subtle means, reached across the boundaries of time and space to unsow the seeds of catastrophe, ere its creeping vines drag our champion unto an early grave.
So he's from the future of the source.
In essence, yes. A difficult story to swallow, I am sure.
Huh.
I doubt not the veracity of thy words, not the account of thy coming, nor that of the fated calamity. Yet my mind straineth still to apprehend the enormity of this tale. Wouldst thou favor me with a gradual unfolding of its chapters?
Certainly. But where to begin? I should start with those great minds who survived the calamity. Sid Garland being perhaps the greatest. In hopes of staying the unending tides of war, he and his fellows pursued all manner of possible solutions. One of these was rooted in a theory which unified several fundamental principles discovered over the course of the Warrior of Light's adventures. It proposed a method by which one could enter the River of Time, traverse the rift, and leap between worlds. Perfecting that idea, however, was a work which consumed their lifetimes, and thus was it left to future generations to decide whether theory would be put into practice. But all the while, the world continued to burn. Hope was a feeble outpost, beset on all sides by thievery and misery and murder. People cried out in despair, "There is no hope, we are finished. Mankind is finished." Then others raised their voices in answer. Though we be beyond salvation, those who came before may yet be saved. We will forge a crossroads and pave the way for a different future. By the wisdom of our forebears, we will prevent this calamity from ever having come to pass. The fighting went on unabated, but some few took up Sid's research and labored to realize those impossible ideas. After 2 centuries of labor, their descendants finally succeeded in awakening the Crystal Tower, an integral part of the process, and, in doing so, roused its caretaker, me. By this stage, scholars had largely established the phenomena underpinning the rejoining, and identified the first as the shard which precipitated the 8th umbral calamity. This grand structure was already capable of storing the energies required to attempt the translocation. All that remained was to augment some few of its functions based upon the theoretical models of Sid and his compeers.
And by means of such technologies didst thou effect thine arrival in the first, to an age before this star had joined with the Source.
Some while before, as it turned out. 'Tis all but impossible to predict how time will flow between one world and the next, and we missed our mark by almost an entire century. But this only worked in our favor. The Sin Eaters could not be defeated without the blessing of light, and summoning the only woman who might stand a chance against them would require decades of preparation.
Yeah.
An undertaking of scarce credible endurance. That thou hast kept thy plan from falling into disarray these many years bordereth on the miraculous. Yet howsoever history be rewritten, thy present self was shaped by events which followed the calamity. Should said catastrophe be averted, the very skein of thine existence will unravel. Surely thou hast foreseen this.
I am aware of the consequences. 'Tis for that very reason Sid and his colleagues bequeathed their legacy as an offering, and not an edict. To give all of oneself for the happiness of others, and with no promise of reward. 'Tis a hard thing to ask. Harder still for those condemned to survive in a world which pitted brother against brother. Indeed, you are right to call the execution of this plan miraculous, though the force which held it together was nothing so inexplicable. It was her. The warrior of light has been our unbroken thread. Where others would stumble and fall, she would rise above. Where others would break and run, she would carry on. The warrior of light's tale is one of unyielding bravery. To tell it was to feel courage. To hear it was to feel hope. It was a breath of inspiration in an age of suffocating shadow. In the histories of a fallen nation was our hero hailed as its greatest ally. In the time-worn pages of a noble's memoirs were her deeds joyously retold.
Ed Moss, yeah.
For many, these stories were the flame which warmed them through the coldest of nights. And so it should come as little surprise that the plan found no shortage of volunteers, concerning as it did the Warrior of Light herself. It was their chance to add their own verse to the hero's saga. She was the lodestar that brought them all together, to send their final message back through time and space to her. The light of your legacy was our torch in the darkness. Burn bright again and live. I am merely the bearer of that wish, come to ensure it is safely delivered.
Wherefore sharest thou this burden with me and no other? What wouldst thou have me say?
That you will be my accomplice? 'Twas you yourself who convinced me of your suitability when you spoke of how you learned of the Flood and of your part in arranging Minfilia's journey to the First. Your actions showed uncommon resolve. 'Twas clear you were committed to the cause of saving this world. I knew I could trust you to choose the right path forward, even if that choice came with a heavy price.
What price?
When all is said and done, and the last of the Light Wardens lies slain, I will absorb their corrupted ether, and then I will die. Knowing what I know of your companions, not to mention your champion, they will try to stop me. But in saving one, they would save none. Therefore, I implore you to aid me in concealing my identity and ensuring this tale ends as it must. To this end, I would have you take what I have told you of the Calamity and make of it a portent, a prophetic vision you beheld in the swirling chaos of the Rift.
Is this truly thy wish?
History remembered the Warrior of Light, as I knew it would, and I will suffer no other to rescue the champion whose star has charted my course. I will see this tale to a happy end, my friend. There has been enough tragedy.
careful now. If you lose control again, the light could claim you for good. Although it's probably only a matter of time before you succumb to the change in any case. What do you mean to do?
Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Rescue the Exarch. I'm going with that. Ah, fuck.
Then we should be on our way. The Ascian mentioned the Tempest, did he not? That's the stormy seas around Calusia to you. His lair must be down there somewhere, hidden beneath the waves.
Oh, man. That was heavy. Almost got me there for a second. Almost. Did you find the answers you sought? Is there nothing more you need? I will go unlock the door. Sure. Pick my mind. Hit me with it. I need some directions. Wish to know your way to the Tempest? You mean the sea itself and not the island of Calusia? You may cut a quest to the Tamers. They will provide you with an armado, but... You mean to leave right at this moment? Alone? I'm not sure that... nay, I will not seek to stop you. Go with the blessing of the Shadow, and I shall await your safe return. Want to know what I think? Oh, okay, like... Oh, fuck it. A lot of things I'm not good at elaborating, though. Like, it's very... I mean, the fucking moment when he was, like, talking about how everyone was just, like, coming together and, you know, wanting to add their own chapter to, you know, our tale. I was like, fuck, that's sick as hell. But also, ouch. It's really interesting to me that fucking G'raha Tia is, like, from the future. That I was not expecting. My brain is still trying to process everything, too, so... Okay, you know what, actually, since I'm still processing things, let me go to the bathroom real quick, and then I'll come back. I can maybe have a little bit of a clearer mind. So, I shall return shortly. I'll be back in a few. Stay right there. Alright, I have returned. Oh boy. Yeah, that was... I feel like I almost like feel like I want to rewatch that cutscene to like properly absorb everything, but it's fine. Yeah, man. That's another thing popped into my mind just now. It makes a lot more sense on why, you know, Orion J's been acting kind of like fucking weird. Just because, like, he's, you know, he was sworn to secrecy. Because he knew it wouldn't work if people knew. Especially since, obviously, we already knew Grahatia. Yeah. Anyway, you require an Amaro. Just a moment. I shall saddle our swiftest beast to fly you to the island. The open water, to the depths of the Tempest. Our Amaro can swim, yes, but to reach the ocean floor... Oh.
Ah, we have found thee.
Hi, Orion J. Hi, y'all.
Word reached us of thy recovery, and thus did we gather with all haste. Ah. By thy looks, I gather thou hast gleaned that which I came to tell thee.
Oriange has shared everything with us. The Exarch's true identity and purpose.
I offer no excuses. When I agreed to aid the Exarch with his plans, 'twas in full acceptance of the condemnation I would face when my duplicity was laid bare. Yet it is not rancor, but resolve that I sense in thee. Thou art fully intent upon walking thy path to its end, art thou not? If thou canst forgive my deception, or, failing that, set aside thy displeasure for a time, I do beg leave to follow thee. What strength and wisdom I possess are thine to command.
Bro, you're fine. I forgive you.
I thank thee. Doubt not but that I will do all in my power to repay thy kindness and fulfill the Exarch's wishes.
I'm sorry, but I don't think this is a good idea. Leaving the Crystarium, I mean, with or without Orianche. What I did for you won't last forever. There's no telling when the light will break free again. Please, you must stay here. At least for a little while longer. We will find a way to cure this, I promise you.
How can you make promises? We don't even know where to start.
Alize, please. You know Reen was only trying to help.
Of course I know! I know only too well! But making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. It's a lie. Plain and simple. We've all searched high and low for an answer, and every one of us came back empty-handed. I am not about to stand in her way now. Not after failing her in her hour of need. No. The least we can do is...
We will go with you as well. There is naught to be gained by standing still.
Indeed, we have exhausted every other avenue. Lead, and we shall follow. If there is any hope to be found, then we will surely find it at your side.
Are we all in agreement then?
Is there aught we can do to help?
Oh? Oh shit.
Though we may not know the whole story, we do know you're in for a fight. And while the Exarch's away, it falls to the rest of us to see the Warrior of Darkness is given a proper send-off.
You told them!
No! Well, not in so many words.
Aye, we didn't need it spelled out for us. When the night sky appeared over whichever place you went to, it was harder not to put two and two together.
From the moment I heard that you and the Exarch shared the homeland, I had my suspicions. Long had he been waiting for a certain someone to arrive, and I knew at once that it must be you.
Exactly. When he went up to meet you, it was clear it was no ordinary visitor. That spring in his step spoke volumes. I could feel his excitement.
That's right! Here, here!
We do not fully understand where you or the Exarch hail from, or why you've all done so much to protect us. But we are deeply grateful nonetheless. So, if there is anything at all we might do to aid your journey, you need only name it. What would you have of us?
You might have invited them to join us, where they're not so many. But come, they are waiting. What is your will, O Warrior of Darkness?
Oh god, is it gonna make me choose something? Oh no. Oh fuck. Ooh, I don't know. Fuck it, I'm gonna choose option number 3 here. Hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. Found a wild, oh shit. Found a wild Ike. Thou didst plan to commandeer an Amaro for thy journey to the open sea. I feared the following dive down onto Emmett Selk's underwater abode would drain even thy legendary stamina. Thus, during thy convalescence, we considered the most efficacious method for reaching the depths of the Tempest, and I believe we have arrived at an elegant solution. Yet ere we discuss this step, I suggest thou dost conclude such pressing business and remains to thee in the Crystarium. Once the sea closeth above our heads, we are unlikely to surface again until our grand deed is done. Oh no. Oh no. I've never been told that in this game before. I don't like that. Thine affairs are in order, then I shall unfold to thee my proposal. Our destination is the ocean floor. Yet our goal is not simply to arrive there. Nay, we must needs have the means to breathe and fight freely. Thus would I petition the aid of one of the Fae, and bring with whom I have yet to meet face to face. Rather than waste words on explanation, I bid thee follow me unto the hamlet of Sullen, which lieth to the south and west. All will become abundantly clear, I promise thee. Okay, let's go. I can just like do this. There to the west, canst thou discern the hump of an isle rising above the water? Hey, it's that island that I took my starting soon screen from. That foliage-covered mass hideth the key to our safe descent. Swim close and plunge thee beneath the surface. Thou shalt soon divine the reason for mine insistence. Though it did be much to my shame, I can but flail and flounder where thou mayest glide as a fish. I shall board the boat to the island and spare one and all the spectacle of mine inept strokes. Damn, unfortunate. We don't get to see Oriange drown. Yeah, literally right on this little pinnacle over here. That's where I got that screen. Just right here. Anyway, let's go down. I was thinking this island looked a little like too cool. Oh, that's an eye. That is a sus rock formation. Yeah, that is definitely an eye. Two curved slabs of rock seem to be squeezed together here, giving the impression of a stone eyelid. That is, yeah, that is definitely an eyelid. Is this just like a giant fucking, like, turtle, sea turtle thing? What is this? It appears solid enough the rock yields slightly under your touch. Was the surface gently shifting, or was it your imagination? Were you about to fucking fly? Oh shit. Or rather swim. Well, what hast thou discerned? Reminds me of a certain primal. Yes. Most perceptive. According to the lore of the Pixies, we are, even now, perched upon the back of an ancient fey entity. Its name is Bismarck. Aye, the selfsame title by which we know the great feathered whale revered by the Vanu Vanu of the source. I would enlist its aid to bear us unto the deep, and thence banish the water with an airy sphere, alike in form to the domes which do shelter the hamlets neath the ruby sea. Within its compass we may move unencumbered, and defend ourselves when the hour of battle cometh, and most surely it shall. Now I must needs ask for your silence whilst I make my supplication. Okay. Neat.
Wir Sach, Bilan Bismail.
You were eating too. Ooh. Oh shit.
Fallen si lor wislan. Ada si alina.
I'm wondering if this is literally just like Celtic or something.
Oh dear. I don't need to speak Fey to know that didn't go well.
Oh. That would, yeah. She's like, hell yeah, I've finally been summoned.
Oh, my snee! Yes! You're right to call me at last!
do you go? On a trip? A journey? I knew you wouldn't give up without a fight. Oh, my precious mortal, I shall help you in any way I can. Gers bismel win picked. Van dromi drom jakom. Van red rithje.
Hell yeah.
Be sure to scrub this one's teeth for him upon your return. It's only good manners.
It will be done, Your Majesty. Our deepest thanks for your timely intervention.
An agreement is reached and your departure is at hand. You wingless ones best hold on
Oh,
tight.
fuck yeah. I haven't got one of those yet. Yo, sick.
May the blessings of the Fae keep
Let me
you
copy
safe
that
in
so I can put that in. Fuck yeah, I love that. And boop. Get the fuck out. Gotta throw that into my bot. Oh boy. Oh no.
And just like that, it's all gone back to the way it was.
Uh-oh.
What was you expecting? 100 years of honey and rainbows? Seeing them Yulmore types wake up and smell the ashes was miracle enough for me.
Ah, but the magic in the air when that ladder started moving. And when that great hulking Talos rose up. Gods. I could live 1,000 years and never behold anything so amazing.
Motherfuckers are just about to see us go by and then can be like, oh shit.
What the? You see that?
Bismarck's fucking zooming.
What a monster! Where did it even come from?
There's a fucking look on that guy's face. Uh-oh.
It's not stopping.
Uh-oh.
Run! Run!
Gotta get the fuck out of there, yo. Jesus. Oh fuck, we're in Sistash. Not again.
Wow.
The breath of Bismarck. See how it swells to form a dome beneath the waves? The waters recede. The tempest's floor is laid bare. In defiance of the blinding sky, this place holds fast to its gloom. The last refuge of he who denies the light with every fiber of his being. You stand at the precipice, hero. Journey unto the heart of darkness.
I just realized what the fuck this place is. Oh shit. I know I've seen this place once before. And I've seen this place once before because it's on the fucking cover art of the vinyl. I just realized that. Oh fuck. I remember seeing that and I was like, man, I wonder where the fuck that is. That looks sick as hell. I realize now. Oh shit. Oh, glad I am that Bismarck was true to his word. We are arrived in the Tempest, safe and dry. 'Tis here that we shall find the lair of Emmett Selk, and I believe the imprisoned Exarch as well. For an Ascian alone, it is of course a trifling matter to flee unto the rift, yet I suspect such travel is nigh impossible with a mortal in one's custody. Nay, he would not soon risk his prize when the Exarch's body serveth the key to the Crystal Tower, in its powers of temporal transportation. Thus I am all but certain that this underwater realm harboureth our friend and enemy both. We have but to find them. Oh hell yeah, I get oysters for completing this quest. Okay, let me see if I can find where to put this thing in now. In the event that you leave the area, speak with Inwell at Venmont Yards. Okay. Okay, let me see real quick. I know there's a way to put banned words in my bot, but I don't remember where. Let me see. Under chat, I don't think it is. Is there a moderation section? Yeah, there it is. Banned words. There we go. There's one. Actually, no, banned words. I accidentally put that in filtered words. There we go. Boom. Exempt from anyone who is like... Let me see, where is it at? Anyone who's a follower. I can do that. That should work fine enough. Okay, cool. And then I should be able to... That'd be good. Actually, there's regular feature, so yeah, I'm gonna do regular. There we go. Boop, boop, boop. Do. Then one strike will just ban him. Or at least timeout. I'll have a timeout. Because then that'll just purge the message and yeah, that's good enough. Actually, what? No, if they're using that specific thing, yeah, it's just a ban. Okay, never mind. My brain is trying to remember shit. Okay, we're good. That's fixed. Let me move my bot back over to the other screen now. Man, that's wild. That's the first one of those I've actually, I think, gotten in like probably years. So that's kind of neat. All right, well, here we are. Bank grid. Now, as for where we should be looking, I rather doubt Emmett Selk would be sitting out in the open. Suppose we follow the slope down towards the deeper trenches and keep an eye out for rock formations large enough to house the stronghold. Let's be off then, but watch your footing. The ground is still wet and like to be slippery. Yep. What are we getting? Shiva horse? Sure. Shiva horse. How big is this place? Pretty big, okay. Damn. Fuck off, asshole. Okay, let's go. Away we go. Let's see. I guess we're just gonna keep going down this way towards the marker. Fuck off, sea gelatin. Just running. Get shit on, nerd. I don't need to even worry about killing stuff with my chocobo anymore because it's maxed out in rank, so that's good. Yeah, all this shit. It's an aether current a bit to my left. Oh shit, yeah, I didn't even think about that. Southwest. Oh. Let me see. Goes to the southwest here. How do I even get up there? I'm confused. Oh, there's that. Okay, let's talk to this. This Sahagin over here. Okay, bye. I help you and then you just run from me. It says it's pretty far to the southwest still. I feel like I've gotten way closer. Okay, now it's just to the west. Okay, let me attune here and then we'll go hunt that aether current real quick. Now it's 277 to the west. What the fuck? What happened? What? Okay, hold up. How did it end up going so far so quick? I'm confused. Oh, because it's to the west, not the east. I'm going east. that makes a lot of sense. My brain forgot directions. Okay. Directly to the west of here. To the south. Southeast? What do you mean to the north? What? Am I blind? Six yams to the northwest. What? Am I dumb? What? Game? Hello? Where are you trying to lead me? I'm confused. It's saying it's right here, but... Yeah, it's literally saying it should be right here. There's a lower level? Okay, I guess that makes sense. Don't worry about them, now I can fly around later. Fair enough. That works. I was just like, wait, what the fuck? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I guess if it's underground, that makes sense. A lot more. Yeah, because it does look like there is a way down. Yeah. Yeah, there is. Okay. That's fine then. Back this way we come. Over here. The Finless ones, they followed me. Why have you come? Was it you who took away our water? Kinda. Ah, so this is where the Ondo make their home. I had wondered. Okay, forgive us for any inconvenience we have caused. We were not aware of your people lived here in the Tempest. We need this great dome of air that we might conduct a most urgent search, and thus beg of you for your understanding. Chieftain, what are we to do? Oh. Are you emissaries of the Ancient Ones? What? The mysteries have stirred. We have seen the illuminated land shining through the gloom of the abyss. If you are the emissaries, the chosen, I bid you welcome. If you are not, I bid you leave. I'm not sure I understand. Would you be willing to elaborate? It would seem not. I suggest we withdraw for the moment. So, what's the plan? Given your condition, I'm reluctant to suggest lingering here. That said, our presently meandering search would proceed far more swiftly if we could call upon the Ondo's local knowledge. Yes, I'd like to know more about this illuminated land the chieftain spoke of. Could it be Emmett Selk's stronghold, do you suppose? Perhaps he lit the lanterns upon his return? We cannot dismiss the possibility, but if these Ondos refuse to speak with us... Tauda, do you remember my first scheme for entering Yulmore? How I had planned to integrate myself by offering lucrative trading opportunities with the Ondo. The individual I dealt with was reticent in manner and curious in custom, but we were able to reach an agreement nonetheless. I believe that was the right approach. We can build a similar relationship here. What kind of approach did you have in mind? That chieftain fellow didn't leave us many options. If we are to tread the swiftest course, then we must needs locate its beginning. 'Tis plain our too dramatic arrival hath thrown the settlement into confusion. Were we to solve problems as we have caused, and assure our hosts thereby that our purpose is not inimical to them, they may yet prove amenable to reason. I smell chores, but very well, if it can be done quickly. What do you think? I have nothing better to offer, but I do worry that what will happen if the Ondo's tales end up leading us to a dead end. I don't know. I cannot say for certain, but I sense this tribe has a deeper connection to the Ascians than first meets the eye. It warrants further investigation, thus I cast my vote in favor of aiding the settlement for the time being. Alright, so I'll do what I can, I suppose. I don't want to do this, I just want to go, but alright. And it is settled. Y'shtola, pray proceed with your investigations. The rest of us will see about fostering some goodwill. Alright. Tauda, you won't believe who I've just bumped into. This is Puash's own, the very fellow I did business with prior to our ill-fated stay in Yulmore. I awaited and you did not come. Then the Mistel came, but his visits did not continue. I am truly sorry, Puash's own. Things did not proceed as planned. Is there aught we can do for you by way of an apology? Perhaps where the dry return, a cavern to the north. It is home to giant crabs. We do not fear the crab, for we are the swiftest swimmers. But now there is no water. We run and they scuttle close behind, snipping and snapping with their claws. There are too many of them. Too many. I believe I can be of assistance there. And what of you, Tauda? If you've not found a task, you are most welcome to join me. Indeed, I should appreciate the company, where the dry return has a rather ominous ring to it. Alright, let's go. To the north. The northern north. Or the north and north and north. And the north's in the north. Alright, let's head on up. We zoom fast as we can. Alright, well that's going on. Let me figure other stuff out. Let me look at some stuff. Alright. Hi, Pinch. Bye, Pinch. Hi, there's a lookup point. Or do I just have to fight them? Okay, I just have to fight them. Hold up. I'm coming back, Pinch. Don't worry. Alright, more of them. Missed one because that person killed it. Yeah, I saw that. I was like, oh no. Cool. Grab this little vista real quick. I'm just gonna warp back down. You can crack their shells. You must be stronger than you look. I see you've reached your first quota again. I shall never be your equal in such tasks. Still, I would say that we have reduced the local crab population to a far less threatening number. My thanks to both of you. You must have a reward. Nay, Parson, this was to be a part of my apology to you, remember? Besides which, the lack of water is our doing, for which we must also make amends. Might I convince you to tell us something about your village instead? I'd very much like to learn more of you and your people. Very well. Before the flood came, it is said that our ancestral home was found in the seas of the south. It was utterly destroyed by the light. Only those who were out hunting survived. They swam and aimless and lost until they spied buildings here on the ocean floor. Yeah, I noticed those. Strange buildings as they were, and long they had stood under the water, yet somehow they had been spared the scars of time and current. These structures provided shelter for my people, protection from the tempest, turbulent waters, and the predators which hunted within them. Their very existence seemed a miracle. At first, settlers pointed their good fortune. It was clear that the race who had built such wonders had guided their course, and from this did they discern the truth. That the ancients had chosen us to serve as caretakers of the eternal sanctuary, until such time as they returned. Thus, if it is judged that your coming and this great vanishing of water was by the ancients' design, you will find a warm welcome here. A truly astonishing history, yet I cannot help but wonder, how will the significance, or otherwise, of our arrival be decided? The ancients have blessed us with the protection and prosperity. If your presence serves to bring us the same, there will be no doubt in the matter. And it would seem our earlier decision was the correct one. We thank you for the lesson, Parson, and will continue to do all we can to assist your people. Should you desire help with any other trouble, pray do not hesitate to ask. Now, we should return to the task at hand. Only do try not to overexert yourself, my friend. The risk far outweighs the gain. That might be a good idea. I don't know when we can get the writing map here, so it might not actually be a thing we can quite do yet. But I would think that the gemstone trader... Oh yeah, there's a gemstone trader right here. So I guess we can find out. Yeah, there's a Tempest writing map. If you want to farm for it real quick, you could. That's probably not a bad idea. Yeah. Just fucking destroy some fates real quick. Also, where did that Blue Plus quest go? There it is. Let me pick this up real quick. Hail from this one, and welcome to the Cups. Long have I waited to converse with one of your kind. I am called Narash Cole. How may I address you? Oh yeah, good point. Good question. I guess we could just go to Lakeland real quick. We've already got 10, so it shouldn't take too long. Taura Akiyama, curious. Before we speak at length, there is something I would show you. Let us leave behind the cups and head due west. Come. Okay. Yeah, I guess let's go to Lakeland real quick, and we can just pop some of those out real quick. Get the riding map just so that we can move around this area quicker while we're, you know, not doing shit. I didn't even think to do any beforehand. Alright, we'll go to the one north. That's already in progress. Actually, that one might be done by the time we're there. Yeah, that's probably going to be done by the time we're there, so actually let's go to the level 71 one, the job guard. Yeah, that one's definitely going to be done. Yeah, there it goes. I wonder if someone's fate training over there, though. That is curious, because that was going down really quick. Where'd Pinch go? Where's Pinch? There's Pinch. $38, so you need 32. Yeah, I need like 50, so that's like 6 more, I think. 5 more? No, 5 more. Oh, I walked barely too far away. Jesus. I was so confused for a second. Oh yeah, people are 100% fate training. There's a bunch of people. Sick. That'll make this even easier. One more? Oh, that's good. Okay, where are these ones going? I guess we're going south next, probably. I'm just gonna follow these guys, because they're all hopping into one thing. Yeah, they're all hopping in the fucking whale. Yeah, they're heading to the south one. Okay. I'm following these guys. Oh boy, that's a lot of them. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. There's a lot of these motherfuckers. Okay, how many more do I need? 3 more's worth. And there's no fates. See. Okay. Let's see. Pinch is over there. All right. All right. Pinch. I'm gonna go ahead and teleport over to Darktiga, I guess. And we'll do some on there. On you? There's one. Oh shit. Filming. Oh yeah, I just didn't even see that. I didn't have my map in the right thing. I wish it didn't just like do that. Sometimes it just like randomly hides icons, and it's just like, okay, cool, love that. And it's not even like it hides icons, because it still shows some icons. I don't know. Alright, cool. Oh, whoops. Yeah. Oh god. I went to scratch my ear, my headset almost fell off. Alright. 47, so I think I need to do 2 more. Oh damn, okay. I'll get a NEARS pinch. What if our lunar whales kissed? Imagine. New area, maybe? I don't know. Might be worth it. Oh god. There you go. Alright, yeah, let's just do this one to the south. The bears, I'm guessing? No, this isn't the bears, this is magic. Bears is over there. And I guess we go to the north one next. That should be the last one I need. Yeah. Oh, what the fuck is this guy doing? Holding there. He chilling. Oh, Forlorn Maiden. Not like it really matters, but... I'm sure this person who's farming fates would probably appreciate it, so... Oh, whoa, what's this? We are close. We're fate farming real quick so I can get enough bicolors for the Tempest map. Which is the last one we need. Just so that I'm not moving at a snail's pace in there. There we go. Cool. Alright, sick. Anyway, how are you doing, Danny? Hope you're doing well. Let's go up here. Oh wait, no, I need to grab the map first. Almost forgot. I saw the Aether Current marker, and I was like, oh yeah, that. Doing good, good. Tempest writing map, hell yeah. Oh, that's so much better. Just already, that's so much better. Okay, let's do this real quick. Also, I just realized the name of this next quest is literally just City of the Ancients. What the fuck? Is this... I don't know if that's an above ground or underground thing, and I quite frankly am scared to find out. I'm guessing it's above ground, but I don't know. Let's find out. This way for the ether, yeah. I'm not super worried about the ether currents because we can just fly around them later with Ike. Yeah, this is where the ether current thing is, so... Well, this is where the ether current quest one is. These are the relics of your kind, yes. The leavings of a ship that sailed the seas above long ago. They lie as they fell, untouched by any Ondo, for most have little interest in the affairs of the Finless. I however do have a sense. I was saved by one of yours. After being washed ashore, weary and near death, such kindness is a rare and wonderful thing, and I would know more of the people who showed it to me. And so I asked Tarakiyama to teach me of your ways. These objects, for example, what purpose do they serve? How are they to be used? Okay. Find out. Several shattered bottles of wine. Such fragile containers they were. I suspect they once contained something of great value. What can you tell me of their purpose? Used as makeshift weapons. Oh boy. No, we're gonna intoxicating spirits. Fragrant liquids which cloud the mind. I have heard of these before. Do finless ones so delight in dulling their wits? Ship's wheel. That was carved from the wood of one of your many trees, yes? What purpose does this particular contraption serve? You wear it on your head. No, you steer a ship with it. Ah, the vessels your kind use to traverse our waters. And without a wheel, it is at the mercy of the wind and the currents. I see. Thank you, Tada Akiyama. In our short time together, you have already taught me so much. I pity that none of these pearls of wisdom will serve my needs. Oh. Narash, what are you thinking? Wandering off on your own with this finless one? This is no time for you to fiddle with their leavings. Their clutch mother is the clutch mother is in terrible distress. No, you do not understand. I brought her here to... Pray forgive this child his impudence. I am Zarash's own, and on behalf of the clutch mother I come to entreat your assistance. Well, it seems you do not realize that in driving back the waters of the Tempest, you have placed our beloved clutch mother, leader of the Ondo, in mortal peril. She is pregnant. Here in the depths she will give birth to many, many eggs. We male Ondo will take them into our care and raise them as our own. But absent the flowing waters, we will know not if she will be able to deliver them safely. If not, the future of our people will be in jeopardy. Uh-oh. The flood of light claimed many Ondo lives. Though we have rebuilt our numbers somewhat in the decades since, it would be devastating to lose an entire generation. Or worse, the clutch mother herself. She wishes to speak with you directly, that we might find a solution to this dilemma. Will you return with me to the cups? Narash, come. I will not let you trouble our guest or the clutch mother further. Okay. Everything I have done for her. Alright. It's all back there. Oh, god damn it. I should have just teleported while I have the chance. Alright, in we go. Whoa, it's Ike. Imagine. Beyond this gate resides the Clutch Mother. Approach and hearken to her words. Hey, you said you needed water. There's plenty of water right here. What? What do you mean? Honored guest, I, the Clutch Mother of the Ondo, do bid you welcome to our realm. It seems like there's a bunch of water in there. What? You will forgive me for receiving you in this fashion. For the safety and well-being of my children unborn, I must remain within, away from the dangers without. Okay, yeah, so this is intentional. As you know, under normal circumstances, this place would be filled with blessed water, from which I would draw strength and support to bring these eggs into this world. Alas, I am but half submerged now, and I fear for my ability to fulfill my sacred duty. Okay, so she's like half submerged. I am given to understand you and yours are the ones responsible for drawing back the waters of our realm. With good reason, I am sure. However, it is my sincere hope that you will agree to aid us, given that you are responsible for this state of affairs. Fear not, I desire no direct assistance, rather I would beg a boon of your people's knowledge, of childbirth, and how the finless ones ease the burdens of their struggling mothers. Or I don't know. Zerashon will be my agent in this matter. He will heed his words and answer his questions. That is all I ask. Do you consent? I guess. I don't know what advice I can give, though. Uh-oh. Thank you, honored guest. Go well. Then it is agreed. However, I must consult with her attendants before we speak further. For now, I bid you and Narash Kol go about your business, but be ready if called upon. I know with fish, they do that thing where they just kind of like squeeze out the eggs. Maybe that'll work? I don't know. But wait, Taura Akiyama. Oops. Have you a moment to converse in private, outside the cups, please? Okay. I will turn this in real quick, and then we will continue on this queue. I'll actually turn this in, and I'm gonna go refill my water. Cool. It is a rare thing indeed to be granted an audience with the Clutch Mother. I hope this serves to help you understand how important these eggs are to us. Before you came to the Cubs, I had been searching for a means to assist her in giving birth. That is why I've been studying the relics of your people. Unfortunately, I found nothing that seems suitable for this purpose. I cannot stress to you enough how important she is to us. She is mother to all Ondo. Every egg brother and sister. We would do anything and everything to welcome them into this world, and see them grow into healthy, happy Ondo. There must be some way in which you can help us to achieve this end. Not right now, there isn't. Off we go. Goodbye. Alright, we'll talk to Y'shtola as soon as we get back. I'm gonna go refill my water and also see what the situation with dinner is. Could be ready soonish, I think, so depending on what's going on with that, we might take a longer break. I might do my medicine real quick and then eat, so I will let you guys know though. So I will return shortly, and then possibly for a bit longer, but yeah, I'll catch you guys in a little bit. Also go ahead and I'll just mute the game and then throw this on. Alright, yeah. Food is ready, so I'm gonna go eat, and then I will return shortly thereafter. So, yeah. It'll be a little bit longer, but I shall return soon.
the sweetest scar that I always dreamed of. You are like the perfect girl that I ever met before.
Alrighty, I am back. Got food in me, took my meds, and we should all be good to go. Food, yes. Alright, let us continue. Also, fucking shoutouts to fucking Andrew Prallo for making an extended Echoes of the Eye soundtrack. Fucking madman. Awesome human being. He's sick as hell. Ah. That injection didn't go the best this time, but it's fine. I think I just like barely hit the wrong spot, so it bled way more than it normally would. I mean, it still went fine, but it just bled more than normal, which is fine, you know. Something you get used to. Anyways, yeah, let's go ahead and continue. Ah, Tauda, have you learned aught of note? Bro, I'm surprised my Chocobo's still here, damn. Fascinating, and precisely the sort of information I was hoping to hear. In fact, if you have a moment, I'd like to borrow your eyes to confirm a theory I've been working on. Come. Alright. God, I wish it was easier to tell if this is above or below. I can't tell. I'm betting on above. Fuck it. Betting on above. We'll see. Because who knows? I am back, yes. Now there are two tasks I would have you perform. The first requires you to inspect buildings which surround the Ondo settlement, and note their most distinctive characteristics. For the second, I wish you to use this knife to take scrapings from one of the remnant walls. Pray be as thorough as you can. I shall be waiting here for the results of your investigations. Alright. You're back. Ah. Okay, let's see what wacky shit we can see here, if any. You see that, whatever the fuck that is. Cleonid lava floats aimlessly, a forlorn look on its face. Seems harmless enough. Alright. There's another shoebill! God damn it. These fucking shoebills. There's a shoebill here at the bottom of the ocean for some reason. Every single time there's a shoebill. Somewhere. How to get down here? Who knows? Or anything else? I don't think so. Tall, slender towers feature many elaborate windows, the likes of which you've seen nowhere else. Yes, indeed. Alright. Set the point of the knife against the wall, but even after applying considerable pressure, you cannot remove so much as a flake of stone. Wrong wall. And what have you discovered? Yes, I would agree that the windows are most distinctive. It would seem the structures appear the same to both your sight and mine. You didn't miss a whole lot, just us going under the water. That's basically it. And you say you could not so much as scratch the wall, even with all your might behind the blade. Tauda, everywhere I turn in this place, my gaze is drawn by peculiar materials for which I do not have a name. The buildings I had you investigate are prime examples. They may appear to be constructed of ordinary stone, but I assure you, it's nothing of the sort. If pressed, I would describe the substance as a composite of several mineral properties, blended together to create a material of unparalleled durability. Even the Ronkan Empire, once the greatest power in Norvrant, produce nothing which compares to this level of perfection. But if not the Ronkins, then who? Who were these ancients the Ondo claim as the architects of their sanctuary? I suspect our answer lies with the reason Emmett Selk withdrew here to the Tempest. Yeah, that makes sense. He may simply have wished to retreat somewhere mere mortals would struggle to reach, but there are many such remote locations. Why here, specifically? Emmett Selk is devoted to his role, and thus we might assume his choice of stronghold somehow serves the Ascian agenda. Or mayhap 'tis a place more dear to him than any other. Saying this place was built by ancient Ascians. That's what I was thinking. That is my theory, that these structures are remnants of a time before history, of a star that was yet whole and unbroken. Such traces in the source would have been obliterated by the succession of umbral calamities, but here in the first they might have remained untouched for millennia. A copy of the mural in the Katana Ravel. Almet presented it to me during my visit to Fanau after our victory in Calusia. Oh, shit. Here in the first scene, by Emmett Selk's own words, it depicts a city of eons past and the disaster which befell it. The design is much simplified, of course, but do you see the similarities between its towers and those you just inspected? Yep. We are close to the truth, I feel. Let us search the surrounds for another tower, one which matches the picture near enough to remove all doubt. From what I've seen, not more than sand and more sand lies to the east, and the south held no such structures. I suggest we try our luck further to the northwest. Okay. Neat. Wow, it's actually just letting me figure it out. That's actually sick. This game hasn't done that yet. Okay. Resembles in this one of the buildings in this mural. Neat. Okay, I dig that. I really dig that, actually. Okay, so she said northwest, probably. Probably more this direction. Yeah, those look like... That looks like a building in the picture. That one that was front and center. Oh, okay. I thought I could land on that. Walls of the Forgotten. This looks important. Take a look at that one more time. Yeah, I think it's this. So I gotta go. Gotta find somewhere where I can look at that. Maybe up there? Oh, right there. Boom, found it. Oh, there's an Aether Current right here. Grab that. Yep. Hi, this is the Meorbit Lodge. Though I cannot guess at its purpose, it must have been an imposing sight. How much of the tower's height lies hidden beneath the ground, I wonder? Centuries of our history have settled upon such ruins, countless layers of dust and sediment. An entire civilization, its existence forgotten by all but except a handful of Asians. And yet it did exist. They lived here, in this city. But let us focus on what we've learned thus far. The Ondo chieftain spoke of mystery stirring of a land illuminated. Judging by his words, he believes this phenomenon related to the ancients' return. Thus, can we surmise that what the Ondo saw shining in the abyss was, in all likelihood, yet another remnant of this age-old civilization. And who else would light the lanterns, as Reen put it, than Emmett Selk himself? 'Tis almost certain he is there. Yep. I'm gonna grab this current real quick. Since we're right here, might as well. If we were to find this stronghold in a timely manner, it seems gaining the Ondo's trust remains our swiftest path forward. I only hope our deeds are enough to win them over. Also, quick. We're close. I was curious how many quests we were into the this set of quests, and we're literally on the last one now, so that's cool. Thank you for assisting me with my investigations. I shall seek out our companions and share what we've learned. Much as I would like to tell you to sit down and leave the rest to us, your condition demands that we all make a reasonable haste. If you are not too weary, it may be useful to speak with Pas Oran again, and ask if there is aught else he is willing to divulge. There's literally 5 quests left. We need to discover these areas real quick, just so that they're on the map. Alright. Walk on back. Ah, Alphino's friend, you and your companions have done much to repair the damage caused when the waters parted. Anything else you can do? Have you been to the walls of the Forgotten? I just came from them. The remnants to the northwest, yes. You visited them unbidden? Psh, could it be that your footsteps were guided by the ancients? I believe it may be so. Listen then, and I will tell you of our plans to bring light to the walls, that we might answer the shining call of the illuminated land. We have requested a finless craftsman to shape for us a sacred lamp. He is odd for a land dweller, choosing as he does to live in the ocean, but his skill is beyond question. It is concerning, however, that we have heard nothing of his progress. If we were to visit this artisan and return with our long-awaited light, then any doubt as to your purpose would be laid to rest. His name is Grenold. That's a name that we know. You'll find his workshop in a metal structure to the south. Alright, well, I guess we found where Grenold is. It's all the way down here, damn. Damn, that's far. Alright, up here we go. Oh, there's striking dummies here. Neat. Is this it? This looks like it. This looks fucking sick. Neat. This is cool. Look at these two. Oh, that's just great. That is. Your mind's playing tricks on me now. Look, Grenold, someone's come to visit you at the bottom of the bleeding ocean. Oh, might be as you're a ghost, eh? Go on, foul shade, feast yourself on me, rotten soul. I got no use for it. A craftsman what can't craft is more pointless than a sea slug with a dome and hammer. And that's an insult to bloody sea slugs. Time to psych him. Oh, fuck, did I spell that wrong? I did, I put an E. Oh, there's a vista right there. Eh, you wouldn't be trying to raise me spirits now, would you, spirit? Not what you'd expect from a servant of the netherworld. He's really insistent that I'm a ghost, but alright. Have we met before? Might be as we cross paths back in the Crystarium, but I don't reckon we've been formally introduced. Name's Grenold, and this here's meant to be me underwater structure, a place where I can give myself over to my work, far from the distractions of the outside world. And yet here you stand. Now what's so damned important that you dive all the way down here to the bottom of the bleeding tempest to bother me? Ah, the Ondo's lamp. Gods, curse me, empty head! I've not so much made a start. Oh no. Poor Grenold. Oh no. I'm worth less than a sea slug. Nay, the slime left by a sea slug. My delivery dates long past. Me workbench is untouched, and I call myself a bleeding artisan. You've heard the beliefs, have ye? Bringing light to them ruins will be an act of deep religious and cultural significance. And it was my privilege as a craftsman to be tasked with providing a ritual testament worthy of the occasion. But I just can't bloody well. Ah, me mind's bleeding blank. It's like I've pissed away me last drop of inspiration. Uh-oh, that's not good. Tell me you've got so much to show me. Someone will give me a muse give me muse a right good kick up the arse. Fucking words. The Ondo want to honor the coming of the ancients, so their answering lights got to blaze with the right kind of brightness. Like the spark of life caught in a crystal. But just being sparkly's not good enough. It's got to dance with joy and sorrow and a sense of hardship endured. You know what I mean? Let's turn to Brandon, the crystal you discovered at the end of his journey. Maybe Grenold could find inspiration in that. I've let the Ondo down, but more than that, I've let myself down. Might as well go back to mending kettles. Oh, what's that you got there? Such striking beauty. It shines with heartache and laughter and the transience of life, like the turmoil of history made manifest. Aye, I can see the brilliance of the crystal's legacy. Ah, you'd never need to capture such a gleam if ye not labored 100 years. But bugger me if I don't mean to try. Where are me tools, gods damn ye? I must set to work before the feeling fades. Good. Alright. Who was just groaning? Okay. That makes sense. Alright. Ah, I can feel it. A vision forming in me mind. Step aside, lass, and let me itching hands get to work. Alright. And done. I've taken the wonders that crystal showed me and channeled them into a new shape, what befits the Ondo's spiritual character. Jesus. Did all that with that crystal? Not a bad job, if I do say so myself. Yeah, I'd say that. Definitely. And to think I was this close to hanging up me hammer after studying the craft of them ancients. I've been across the length and breadth of Norvrant and gobbled up every scrap of craft and wisdom at what I could find. Ugh. But no matter which technique I tried, me work was just no comparison. I couldn't even figure out how they put them damn buildings together. A mystery for the ages. That's what drew me here in the first place. I built me workshop, got the forges burning, then lost me bleeding will to craft. Thank the gods for that crystal of yours, or I might never have gotten it back. I won't pry into your business, but I reckon your little miracle there has been through the kind of journey they sing songs about. The echoes of memory it holds just speak directly to your heart. Fuck. These are sentences. I can still feel them coursing through me. The inspiration's not fading away, it's welling up stronger and stronger. Give me a chance and I reckon I can weave the Crystal Saga into other things as well. Oh? But fuck at me, I'd almost forgotten the Ondo's commission. If you could drag that lamp over to Tolshizath for me, I'll stay here and dream up new armaments for you to try. I'm guessing this is like how you get the relic weapons for this? I don't know. Access to Grenold's Forge. Equipment rewards will become available for collection based on the role quests you have completed. Okay, neat. I see. Journey's End gear. Shadowbringer. That's the Shadowbringer sword. Neat. There's a little glowy glow too. That looks pretty sick. I don't think it's as cool as what I have, but that is sick. So I can get all the Shadowbringers gear then, if I want to. Ooh. What would that look like with what I've got right now? Eh. What do the gauntlets look like? I might swap out the gauntlets. Maybe. What does the helmet look like? I don't dig that helmet. Regardless, I think I can just grab all of these. Yeah, I can just get all of them, so I might as well just steal them all. Not any reason not to. Oh god damn it! Of course it auto went to cancel. No, you. Okay, let me get this. I guess regardless, this armor is probably better than what I have right now. Yeah, it's all better than what I got right now. Fuck. Okay, hold up. Let me look at my armory chest. I can equip those. And probably equip those. I just need to clear out some of that Batman-looking ass. And you're not wrong. You are not wrong at all. Get rid of those. Equip that. Me. Deep Gold Greatsword. What does the Deep Gold Greatsword look like dyed, actually? Ooh, that actually looks really good dyed. Ooh, okay, you know what? I'm actually going to keep that then. I don't need Initiate's Hatchet anymore. I can get rid of that. That works. And then we can equip that. Update gear set. Sick. Oh, fuck, I can't apply glamour plates here. Yeah, this is a little too Batman-y. Not gonna lie. Alright, that's fine. Off we go to the Ondo Cups. Goodbye, friends. Okay, should be able to equip glamours here. That's Carpenter. There we go. Good. Very good. Actually, might have some earrings and stuff too that I might be able to throw on. Or rings, rather. Yeah, I definitely have rings. Let me throw that on in place. Ah, fuck, I don't have room. Striking, sure. I need to. You are very correct. Been lurking while doing translations? Hell yeah. Good. Okay, throw that on. Anything else that's better than what I have right now? I don't think so. Choker, possibly. Yes, Choker is definitely able to be replaced. I'm just gonna get rid of this one. Fuck, I can't just get rid of it from there. Get rid of the ribbing. Ribbon. Jesus, I cannot speak at all. Not in the slightest. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. We're good. Jesus Christ. Cats are going nuts out there. Okay, cool. We got better gear. I didn't even realize how like under gear leveled I was, so that's good. Alright, we got that. Let's go talk to him. What is it that you have there? The lamp. The sacred lamp! And the Finless one has kept his promise. My people tell me that many deeds you have performed in the name of aiding the cups. And now you come to me bearing the light we had almost surrendered, hope of ever seeing. We can doubt your purity no longer. Your arrival was the will of the ancients. Yes, the time for fear has passed. We shall take the lamp and unveil its austere illumination upon the walls of the Forgotten. So you want to know what I think is... Actually, I'll talk about it in a second. Gather there with your companions, and we shall speak again once our prayers have been offered. Okay. It's probably going to be voiced before... after the first line. We'll chill for a second. I want to talk about something that I am mildly concerned about now.
O stewards of the Ondo, we offer up our light in answer.
Okay. So, this place is being referred to as the City of the Ancients. The City of the Ancients. That is not good. That is never good. That is where bad things happen. I do not like this. Help. That is never a good sign. I am scared.
That crystal you showed the artisan.
Hi, Arbert. How are you? I hope you're doing well, because I'm not.
Was it... Did it belong to one of my friends?
Yeah, a little bit. Missed that part, did you?
I tried to give you a measure of privacy.
Keep dying from temporary
No one
desync.
wants a
Ooh,
spirit
that
looking over their
sucks.
shoulder every moment of the day. So tell me, if you would, how did you come across that crystal?
I killed your friend.
It was Brandon's then.
God, and that's unique for depending on who you do. Oh man.
Strange that I should learn such things now, after they're long gone. They were fine friends, every one of them. I didn't expect death to teach me so much. About them, about Seto, about you, about the hope that hides at the heart of this world. I've never been one for idle chit-chat, but if by some miracle I could see them all again, I doubt I would ever stop talking. I'm grateful I got to bend your ear at least. And just for that, I reckon I'll stick with you to the very end.
Apologies, we were a little late to the gathering.
Hi, Alphino. And friends.
It seems we succeeded in gaining their trust.
The delay wasn't exactly welcome, but at least our many hands made light work. And they seemed especially impressed with your contribution. Our hero indeed.
Y'shtola was telling us those structures may date back to the age of the Ascians.
An Ascian homeland. Despite his many protestations, I never quite believed Emmett Selk was telling the truth.
Nor I. But there is no denying the evidence before our eyes. Clearly this was once a great city. A home they would see restored, no matter how many tens of thousands of years it takes.
It's a hollow dream when you think about it. Even if they manage to rejoin all the worlds, they'll never bring back the ones who were lost. But would I have done any different?
A good question.
How are you feeling?
Not good, clearly.
You have completed your devotions?
Yes. To the honored ancients have we offered up our prayers and our gratitude. You too have our thanks.
Might we trouble thee then to tell us more of the illuminated land of which thou didst lately speak?
To the west of here lies a great trench. Some days ago, a light appeared in that endless darkness. Curious, we ventured closer and discovered in the depths an entire city. The buildings we spied were akin to our own everlasting abodes. Impossibly so. We understood at once the ancients had risen. There could be no doubt. Taken with terror, we retreated to the cups, and I decreed that none should enter the trench until such time as we received a sign.
Might it still be possible to reach this city of the ancients?
With no water to drown you, a finless one could now travel there. Yes. I am convinced you are the sign for which we have been waiting. My people will show you the way.
Shall we?
All right. The chieftain has bid me guide your steps to the illuminated land. Come, the way lies downwards. Follow the path of coral and rock, and join your comrades below. Okay, so it's down this way. But we do have to go down this way eventually anyway. Whee. Oh, fuck off. Are you gonna attack me? Damn it. beat the DC and complete the duty. Oof. That is ouch. All are gathered, yes. Then I shall describe the path you must take. Enter the cavern beyond and follow the wall down, and down, and down. Once at the bottom, find a passage to the northwest, then continue west, and west, and west. The way is not simple. Keep your friends within shouting distance, and do not stray into the deep. Just before the journey's end, you will find the Caliban Gap, and the barrier we placed at its north. This obstacle will fade should you raise a hand towards it. We have made it so. A most succinct explanation. We thank you for your guidance. Yeah, hell yeah, Pinch, get over here. Alright, deeper into the depths we go. Oh. There it is. Oh, there's Reen. What are you doing up here, Reen? You know what? As we go, I'm gonna talk to everyone. I want to know what people's thoughts are right now. The rocks and coral bunch up by the cavern wall like a staircase of sorts, but be careful. You wouldn't want to slip from up here. Ooh. We're gonna do the trails thing where I talk to fucking everyone. Because, yeah. Ooh. Hi, Fangard. Oh, does this launch me up? Haha, that's sick. Okay, they actually implemented the golden saucer things into world map stuff. That's awesome. I'd wager these bursts of water could carry you clear to the top again. Not that I'm eager to try it. That is sick as hell, though. I was wondering why there was, like, never any of this kind of stuff anywhere in the world. Turns out there is. Our guide bade us to travel to the cavern floor, and thence to the west. Yet 'twould seem these twisting tunnels defy such simple instruction. Rather than rely on direction alone, I suggest we scout with care, and relay the path ahead for those who come behind. Why am I? Because I am. Let's just clip that ability hardcore. Y'shtola hath forged ahead. Shall we continue on our own advance? Shall. Hey, Y'shtola. The rock drops off sharply here, but I think this coral I should think this coral thick enough to serve as a bridge. All right. Ah, Tauda, you have a choice of two routes from here. You can either take this the long way to the south along the rocks or skip along this coral branch as Alice has done. I, for one, shall be following my sister's example. Ahem. Alright, you seem very excited about that, Alphino. Choice of two paths here. We're gonna go down the ship. The ship seems like a fun route. What the fuck does that say? Google, translate that. What does that say? Google. Hey Google. Translate. What does it say? How am I Crim-chan? I don't like that. I am scared. Very scared. This music is pretty sick though. But you clearly fucked it up, yeah. Yeah, that is very that is very much different. At least if translate is different, then yeah. Ah, there you are. Come on. I think I found the tunnel we were looking for. The tunnel. Oh fuck! That's a thing. What are these? Stingrays? We just got fucking stingrays, yo. Kurimo. Crimo son Dorufino. My brain is like trying to think of how to say that properly. I think that was close enough at least. Oh, hi everyone. Oh boy. Yeah, I did. Yeah, this must be the barrier the Ondo spoke of. Well, that was rather more arduous than expected. I feel a sudden rush of gratitude for the smooth roads our ancestors cut through the wilderness. Oh god, what does that say? I don't know what that says, but I accidentally just looked that up only, and I see dolphins, like dolphin plushies. Hold up, let me turn off auto advance. Oh god, what did that say? It was a treacherous path indeed. Now I believe one of us needs but raise a hand to banish the next obstacle. Tauda, I elect you to do the honors. Alright, sick. Crimson Dolphin, yeah, I see that now. Gone, just like that. I suppose we should head in. Alright. I'm gonna wait till afterwards, but once we see the city, I want to pull out the vinyl and actually like take a look at that artwork again. Like as not, this tunnel would be just as perilous as the road we walked to get here. Let's all stay aware of our surroundings, shall we? Nerding out about Japanese, I feel it. Imagine being a fucking weeb, god. These are... What do you mean urchin fish? These are just blowfish. What? Ah, fuck. I gotta kill these guys if I want to talk to people. Yeah, I did actually. Shit's wild. I mean, it makes sense, but also, shit's wild. God, these fucking assholes, they just keep doing shit. These assholes. Why is my chobo fighting that one? Trying to remember, is that Kore? Kore? I think? Kore? No, it's Khan. Okay, I was close. No, Kore is this. I'm dumb. Kore is this. My brain is like very bad right now. You did write it correctly, yeah. Nay, I'd not want to chance that leap. Hugging the northern wall only on the way down seems the wiser proposition. You want to bet on that? Oh, it won't let me. Damn. Irene. That is a very long drop. Please no heroic jumps over the edge, Tauta. I don't think my heart could take it. Bet. Oh, damn it. Fuck off, urchin fish. You did the same thing. Good. Oriange? Where thy foot falls, my friend, our road taketh ever onwards unto a deeper darkness. Unto ever deeper darkness. Alright, this way. Oh, cutscene. Okay, it's just auto-triggering a cutscene. Oh boy. Ooh, I'm scared.
By the gods.
See it. Let's see it. What's it look like? Yo. Fucking, yeah, rapture ass shit right here. This is cool. And I've seen this before because I've seen the vinyl artwork, but yeah, this shit's cool as fuck.
When the Ondo spoke of a city, I did not think they meant an actual city.
Mind was fucking blown, yeah. If I hadn't seen it before, my mind would have been blown too, but I literally own the artwork. So.
The remnants in the Ondo settlement were solid material structures.
Hold up, someone's knocking.
These?
Okay, there we go, I'm back. Alright, remnants in the Ondo settlement, solid material success, but these, okay. Also, Xiaomi, thanks for the follow. Hi.
Everything here pulses with ether. 'Tis an enchantment on a monumental scale.
Okay. Where's that? Alright, let's pull this thing out. I want to take a look at this. Again. Because it's been a long ass time since I've looked at it. I think I looked at all the stuff in here, like, when I got it. Or initially. But I tried not to look at this one for as little as possible, because I was like, that definitely is some kind of spoiler. Yeah, this shit. Yeah, this shit right here. Boom. It's such good artwork, too. It's fucking Emmett just chilling on the roof of a building. It is sick as hell. Alright, let me slide that back in. I wonder if we're actually gonna get like a what's it called? An Endwalker addition to this set, because it could probably fit one more. It like probably could. I think it's thin enough, or just barely thick enough that it could fit one more. Making the Escape Party 14 tattoo as a sleeve, that would be sick. Yeah, this set could definitely at least fit one more vinyl in it, so... Or one more sleeve. Wait, what? Pinch waved at me? What? Wait, what? When? I don't know when Pinch waved at me. Trying to figure out how Japanese keyboards work. I like barely know. Tada, did you note the style of the architecture? 'Tis the same used for the remnants of the cups and Lamiro's painted towers. Look closely. Amitselk has not simply reclaimed these ruins. He has layered the semblance of an entire city upon them. Gods, the magnitude of his artifice is staggering. Though it pains me to admit, we did not fully understand the feats of which an old-world Ascian is capable. Oh, okay, that's a lot of choices. I'll do skill speed. Yeah. God, look at that shit. Hold up. Actually, hold the fuck up. Oh, you guys are all down there, aren't you? Okay. Okay. I'll come over there in a sec. Do I want to know a materia secret? What's that? If it's not red, you don't have to care. Fair. That makes sense. It's intimidating, yes, but we have to start somewhere. Why don't we have a closer look at the tower to the southeast? Might be able to reach it from the edge of the trench. Watch, just my chocobo. Look at these assholes. Look at all these assholes. Alright, I'm gonna squeeze in here. I'm gonna do some G-Pose stuff real quick. Oh, that's you. Why do I not have you added as a friend? Why do I not have you added as a friend? Danny? What the fuck? There we go. Alright, everyone do whatever pose they want. You are what you eat, damn. Also, Ike, sit down. I want to get everyone just sitting around the campfire. Oh, damn. Well, I guess Pinch is gonna be dead. Ah, because this is your primal character. Okay. That makes sense. Do I have your other character added? I don't even remember. What is your other character's name? God, I don't know. I have too many people on my friends list. I can barely remember. Alright, Pinch. Pinch, can you sit? So that I can actually get this. I don't want you dead in the picture. Am I dumb? I'm dumb. Thanks. Cool. Alright, sick. Okay, let me go ahead and hide some shit. There's minion. Keep those. Get rid of pets, get rid of minions. Oh, wait, shit, I can't get rid of all minions. Okay, no, that's fine. That is a-okay. Yeah, otherwise that hides the campfire, too. Okay, that's the wrong button. Okay. I always get used to working the stuff, and then I keep forgetting. Might you make a solo G-Pose suggestion? Sure, hit me with it. FOV, yes. Actually, let me do this on the other side. God, that's pretty. Oh, God. Oh, God, that's even worse. have everyone face over here. Actually, over here. Like right there. Stand by the ledge looking at the city, zoom all the way out with the mouse wheel, and then zoom all the way in with the slider, then add depth of field. Okay, will do. Whose thing is this? If I could get someone to just de-summon this real quick. I don't know whose it is. It's Shamai's. Shamai, could you de-summon your thing real quick? Actually, just everyone except for whoever's campfire that is de-summon. That's the main thing. Oh yeah, I guess let me do the same with my my dolphin. Dismiss. Shamai. Oh no, Shamai can hear. Okay, there we go. We got it. We good. Rip your... Oh, actually, you know what? Narak, you're good because it's on your shoulder. If it's on your shoulder, that's fine. The main thing is just not, like, floating around. So yeah, if anyone wants to add, like, minions that can sit on their shoulders, that's totally cool. I just want to be sure that, like, there's nothing floating around randomly in the shot. Anyway. Client side, where you on summon? Oh, okay. Alright, that is fair. Alright, we'll go over here, have everyone face, like, right there. Zoom out a bit. Welcome to Amarat, yeah. Oops, goddamn, I keep doing that. Working G pose is a nightmare sometimes. Okay. Didn't you make it so that individual people face the camera but others don't? Is that a thing? Or is that just a thing you can only do with some stuff? Can, but it's a bit involved. I'm okay with that. And, okay. Everyone but the person you want to reposition. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I can do that. Okay. Disable target motion, disable target motion. Actually, I gotta have me face. I gotta have everyone else face nothing. Okay, and then we can go one by one. One pauses all two as individual, yeah. Oh yeah, huh. I didn't even realize that. Okay, there we go. I can have Narak face the camera since it's going to be like a pretty... Otherwise the wave doesn't really work, so yeah. Okay. There we go, that should work pretty well. Let me do this. Gonna angle up a bit more. That. Gonna do that, and then let me zoom in a little bit with this. That seems good. Okay, and then I can add... Can I add it so that if there's a little bit more light? Is that a thing I can do? If I were to do it like right here, I think. remember exactly how to get the light I want. Yeah, that's good. And I'll just do that for all 3 lights, and then just put them, like, all over the place. Or actually, I can just do... Oh, wait, yeah, never mind. I do have to do it like that. Okay. So 2, 1, and then 0. 2, 1, and 0. I have to put this one kind of down here. And then I'll have one more facing, like... actually, I think that's good enough. I think that's enough lighting. Okay, cool. Oh, I forgot to set... Oh, shit. Fuck, what's the shortcut to, bring back the UI? I forget. Oh, shit. Middle click? Okay, thank God. I always forget what it is, and then I just have to restart sometimes. Okay. I almost forgot to put on filter. Let me do that. If anything, I could have figured out another way to do it, so it would have been fine. But... Bright 2 does not look good down here. Bright 1 might work best, I think. Maybe Bright 4? Let me see, which one do I think looks better? I think 4 just has like a little bit of extra saturation that I like. Strength and effects, nah. Yeah, we'll do Bright 4. Okay. Cool, screen effect. Do I want any screen effects? I don't know. The only thing I can think of is like maybe particle. Yeah, fuck it, yeah, particle. Do a slight blur on the city, a very, very slight blur. Do a 2.8. That seems good. A very slight limb darken as well. Okay, I think that should be good. I think if there's anything else I want to add, I don't think so. Alright. Should be good. Let's hide that. Let's take a screenshot. Let me see. Cool. Alright. Paste that in my own DMs. Yeah, I'm very happy with that. Adding those little light sources definitely helped out a lot there. Just the extra brightness from the campfire. Sick. God, this place is cool. Okay. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate it. You were saying some kind of ledge and, like, zoom out really far. Let me see. Zoom out all the way with the mouse wheel, zoom all the way in with the slider. Okay. Let me see. No, you. No, you. No, you! Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, fuck, I'm being bombarded. I must run. Okay, let me see. Gonna see about going up here or something. Can I go up on top of this ledge? This ledge might work really well. If I can get up there, which it looks like I can. I was thinking for a second, I was like, oh, I should post that screenshot in the Volcus server, and then I was like, no, I should not, actually. I definitely should not. I will wait until he is at that point, then I will, but not until then. Okay. I'm gonna do victory pose. And then go into G pose. Alright, get rid of my companion. God, that looks so pink in here. So zoom all the way out. Let me look at this again. Zoom all the way out with the mouse wheel, then zoom all the way in with the slider. Do you mean this slider? Like that? Just do that in the right way. Oh god. What did I do? Okay, there we go. Alright, and then obviously I have to change depth of field a bit. Avoiding the ground is the next big thing, yeah. Gonna make a massive depth of field. And just make it focus really close. I feel like I want to be further away for this, but might not be possible. Unless I do it like out that way. I might have to turn myself and do it that way. That's fine. We'll do this ledge right here. Oops. Alright, get rid of the chocobo. There we go. That works. I dig that. If I could get a little bit of a lower angle, I might see if I can find a better ledge for that then. Because I want to get a lower angle, but it keeps fucking me up there. Okay, let me try down here again then. Because this ledge will actually probably work fine. As long as I'm sufficiently close. Sent what you got? Let me see. Ooh, yeah, that looks good. Okay. I think this spot might actually work best because I could get a pretty good angle right here. Or maybe not. Probably over here. Yeah, right here would be good. Ooh, yeah, right here would be good. Okay. I need to freeze my motion. Let me wait till that happens and then freeze. Get rid of that. Oh, I'm not all the way zoomed out either. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that works. If I can get a lower angle. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. What else? Manual brightness adjustment. That might actually work pretty well here. Just a slight brightness up. Let me see what other stuff we can do. feel like I kind of like bright 1 here instead. And then manual focus right there. That's good. I feel like I need to decrease this and then... Yeah, that's definitely the case. Okay, let me see. Do that. That works. Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm gonna actually make this, instead of it being just black, I'm gonna make it like a very slight blue, like tealish tinge. Do like 4 and then 2. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. I kind of wish I could intensify the blues a little bit. I'm gonna... Hold up. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna... 1 minute. Don't worry about anything that's happening right now. I'll be right back. I'm just doing a quick thing outside of the game. Doesn't have anything to do with the game either. Everything's fine. Uh-oh. 14 just crashed. Oof. Let me log back in. Jesus. Welp. Let's log back in. That's great. Well, I gotta find my one-time password. That's the wrong one. Okay, logging back in. Can't believe it. Can't believe they do me like this. Okay, we'll chill on just chatting for a minute. I have to do some clicking. God damn it, I can't believe it just fucking crashed. Just out of nowhere. Unfortunate. Alright, let me see. Yeah. Alright, we wait to log in now. Ah, man, I gotta reset up the G-pose too. God damn it. Okay, let me do that real quick. All the way in, zoom all the way out. Disable Chocobo. And then let me do this. Go to bright, what was it, bright 4 or bright 1? I think it was bright 1. Yeah, it was bright 1, and then... Let me see. It's a great looking screenshot, it is. Don't worry about it. Hold up, I gotta fix something, because everything broke that I was doing. Now let me reboot the thing. It is a very good looking screenshot. You can see right here. It's a wonderful looking screenshot. No, not again. What the fuck? Why is it doing this? Okay, hold up. Never mind. I guess we're not doing that. Not doing what? Nothing. Don't worry about it. I'll do that later. I will get that screenshot though. Okay. That is unfortunate. What's happening? Nothing. Nothing is happening. Okay, coming back in. We'll continue onward for now. I'll get that later. Alright. Capture, please. There we go. I might actually know why that's happening, but we'll see. For now, that's good. We got the one that requires people to be there, so that's good at least. Did the other screenshot in a bit. Okay, let's go. Actually, I might go to the bathroom real quick too, because I feel like shit's about to go down. I do not like that. I don't want to have to use the bathroom in the middle of shit going down. Okay. Where's the doors? We'll get to the doors and then yeah, I'll take a quick bathroom. When the shit has to go down while shit's going down. True. It do be like that. Yeah, once again, I'm getting mad BioShock vibes from this whole area, which I fucking love. Anyways, yeah, I will return momentarily. I'll see you guys in a minute. Alright, I have returned. I also just thought of something that I'm gonna add, but should only take a second. One thing I was thinking of while I was in the bathroom, because I went to just chatting for a minute there, and I realized that the chat wasn't caught up, because it just like doesn't load that unless it's up on other scenes as well. So I'm just going to put the just chatting chat behind literally every other layer on every single scene. So now, no matter what scene we go to, it should be good, and then it should also update here. So that's good. I think we're good now. So I put it on this one as well. Alright, cool. That is exactly what we want. Alright, let's investigate these imposing doors. Also, thanks. Oh, boy. Look at the size of those doors. Now I know how pixies must feel. Ooh. Taura Akiyama recognized. Welcome to the city of Amarat. Will you be riding the lift? What? Did the building just welcome you? Mayhap it is not so passing strange. Did Emmett Selk not invite Taura to visit his abode? 'Tis plain thy coming was expected. And where will this lift be taking us? The lift services every level of Akora Heights, but it is presently configured to convey passengers directly to the ground floor. Well, there you have it. In the absence of some few hundred yalms of rope, we have little choice but to accept the offer. With emphasis on the we, I'm not about to let you walk into that place alone. That is fair. I wish to ride the lift. As you wish, the lift will arrive shortly. I'm gonna play the nice guy here, because I feel like, I don't know, I feel like Emmett's still got some good in him. Maybe, I don't know. Next up, ground floor. Facilities include the Bureau of the Administrator, the Bureau of the Architect, and the Capitol. Okay. I don't know, I feel like he's not, like, he's a shitter, obviously, right now, but, like, I don't know, I also feel like I shouldn't completely discount him, you know? I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. It's only at this distance when you start to realize just how big the buildings truly are. What did that voice call the city? Amarat? Look, over there. Oh. Oomst? That a person? Ah, no, my mistake, that's a giant. Doesn't seem to have noticed us yet. Giant or no, a resident of this place may have much and more to tell us. I say we make the first move. Alphino, you can't just... Ah. Oh, they got masks that look like Gassian masks. Pray excuse my boldness, but might I ask you a few questions? Actually, that probably looks a little closer to like the Gridanian masks than it does the Asian mask. Oh, what adorable costumes! Are you children on an excursion? This district has much to teach you. What the fuck? How odd! That sounded like no language I've ever heard, and yet I understood every word. Just as he understood us. Ahem, and which district is this exactly? You must be lost, poor things. You stand in the Poly Larite district. wherein lie the institutions most vital to the management of our star. Can you tell us who rules this city? I'm not gonna be super outward about it, but who rules this city? Who rules? What a curious question. Mayhap you referred to our supervising body, the Convocation of the 14. So, Emmett Selch isn't the leader here. Emmett Selk is a member of the Convocation. Were you hoping to witness its deeds firsthand? Is the Convocation of the 14 the Asians? Hardly surprising, I suppose. The whole world holds its breath as the final days draw near, and our brightest minds race to implement their plans. Thus, you must understand that gaining an audience at this time will be next to impossible. You should hurry home now, before your families begin to worry. Do you need me to walk you back? I love how it still thinks we're children. No, thank you. We'll be fine. Very well. Take care, little ones. I just disappeared. What was that all about? To my eyes, these people appear as arcane entities. I suspect Emmett Selks wove them from ether, much as he reconstructed the rest of the city. Final days. Yeah. Such words well befit of the oblivion described to us by our Asian foe. Catastrophe of unprecedented scale, which did set in motion the summoning of Zodiac, and thence Heidelin herself. But that happened centuries and centuries ago, didn't it? I just watched my, bit rate drop into 1,000 for a second. That was a little scary. Things were good. Okay. That man spoke as if they were rushing to avert a disaster here and now. Unless, for these people, the distant past is the here and now. I believe thou hast the right of it, Master Alphino. This ethereal Amarat and its residents appear to be phantoms of a different age. Emmett Selk hath resurrected a memory, a moment in time from before the star was sundered. So we find ourselves in a long-destroyed city, inhabited by the long-departed. An unusual situation, to be sure, but at least we're able to parley with these ancients. In fact, they seem downright eager to chat. I say we use this to our advantage, split up, strike up some conversations, and see if we can't learn the location of our quarry. And while we're at it, it wouldn't hurt to wheedle out a few more details regarding this convocation of 14 and their impending disaster. The mingling, then. Let's meet back here with when our jaws start aching. Alright, up we go. God, this place is fucking cool. It's so cool. Are you guys literally just dressed as them? That's good. That's good. And here we go, I guess. Twould seem the hall is host to a most precocious visitor this day. And what, pray tell, shall be the subject of our discussion, young one? Ah, the convocation and their handling of the coming peril. 'Tis only natural that you should have questions. Shall we begin with the members themselves? As all know, the 14 are the wisest and most puissant among us. They are the stewards of order, responsible for decisions which keep the star turning season after season. Be it the Speaker, La Habrea, or the Emissary, Elidibus, each seat is occupied by an elected sage of surpassing intellect. I sound like I'm crackly? Do I sound like I'm crackly? Do I sound like I'm crackly? I don't hear any crackling. There still very much could be crackling, but I don't hear it when I listen back to my playback from Voice Meter. So I don't know. Does anyone else hear crackling? Because it could be something post that. And if so, that helps narrow down a lot. So, yeah. Because if it is that, then I probably know what to fix. Let me see. Yeah, there is a clock tick in the song. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if no one else is hearing crackling, but do keep an ear out and let me know if anyone else does end up hearing it, because yeah. Each seat occupied by an elected sage of surpassing intellect. Twitch might be acting up, yeah, maybe. Logriff, Mitron, Emmett Selk, their individual titles have, as a gesture of respect and a matter of tradition, become synonymous with their incumbents. So those are two that I haven't heard before, Logriff and Mitron. Thus, it is with great incredulity that I greet this recent rumor that a seat in the convocation is soon to be left vacant. If proven true, 'twould be an unprecedented development, and testament to the immense pressure under which our saviors are toiling. In any event, I for one am confident they shall deliver our star unto salvation. One can never be too young to take an interest in the rhetorical arts. Welcome, little one, welcome. Yeah, we're in like a debate house. Hall of Rhetoric. Bro, these benches are massive. Can I sit? Aw, damn. I was hoping it would let me sit on these and, like, my legs would just dangle. Hey, you. How may I help you, little one? Do you wish to peruse the transcripts of the great debates? Or would you like to reserve room for discussion? We are here to serve your needs. Those benches are massive. They are massive benches. You are correct. What are these things? Like, if you were just look at this room zoomed out, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's just a normal room. But then you look at me. I'm just like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. I literally feel like a gnome just running around this place. Oh, fuck, I just realized. I had the perfect opportunity when we first went into the water to play this.
Hello. How are you? I am under the water. Please help me.
And I fucking didn't. I'm pissed. But when you consider the implications of this latest calamity, something, trust in the scholars, they will find a solution. Oh. Interesting. Like, literally, that was the perfect opportunity. I'm pissed. Hopping in the shower real quick. Alright. What the fuck was that? I think someone just stepped on a dog outside. Do you guys speak? If you could perhaps explain the finer points of the creation process. Are you gonna explain the finer points? This guy's not nearly as tall. This is like a child-sized one. Alright, let's go talk to this guy. Good gracious, child, where is your family? You shouldn't be alone at a time like this. Run along home now, quickly. Have you not heard? Though yet confined to the lands across the sea, a terrible phenomenon afflicts our star. They're calling it the final days. It is said it starts suddenly, a cacophonous keening from beneath the earth. The sound distorts all living things within earshot, and wrests from us control of our creation magics. Once that happens, all is lost. Fear, pain, despair, every dread impulse is siphoned from our minds and given substance. An eternal fall of fiery rain, an incessant spawning of nightmarish beasts. None can point to the source of the phenomenon. 'Tis as if the star itself has fallen ill, as if a force inimical to life now festers and spreads. Seems to be on your end. Weird. It's only a matter of time until Amarat 2 resounds to that discordant squall. You should stay with your loved one, child. Stay with them. Only my voice is crackly and the game audios can... Yeah, that's weird. That is very, very strange. And it's like consistent too. Consistently so. I appreciate that I don't think they even let you see this aetheryte until you came down here. It's in and out. That is also very weird. What the fuck? It just happened again. What the fuck is going on out there? Like someone's stepping on a dog over and over again. I don't understand. Yummy, what do you mean? Like fine now? Yeah, that's weird. It's Bureau of the Architect, little one. If you require assistance, this is the Bureau of the Architect, little one. If you require assistance, I should... Why does that keep... What the fuck is that? No, I don't know if you guys are hearing that through the mic. But it keeps happening. That's like the third time now. I don't know what's happening. Sounds like doggo, yeah. I'm kind of tempted to... Hang on, fuck it. I'm gonna look outside. Let me see. Okay, I don't see anything, so I don't know. It's weird. Let me see. If you should require assistance, I'd be glad to assist you. But are you certain this is where you should be? Probably. Okay. Talk to this guy last. Is this your first time here? Take a number if you haven't already, then settle in for a good long wait. Okay. Welcome to the Bureau of the Architect, little one. I should be glad to assist you in locating the concept you seek after I finish assisting those ahead of you in the queue. What do you mean? Glad to assist you in locating the concept you seek after I've finished assisting those ahead of you in queue. What do you mean the concept I seek? And why is the queue so long? An audience with Emmett Selk? I'm afraid you have the wrong office, little one. And besides, he will be far too busy to field the questions of curious children. Surely you have been told of the looming catastrophe. Every resource available to the convocation must be spent upon ensuring our world survives. They have yet to make an official announcement, but it is said that the 14 are moving forward with a plan of scarce, credible proportions. One which promises to grant will to the very star itself. They will invoke our mightiest spells of creation to birth an entity of all-encompassing magnificence, and they will rewrite the laws of existence. It is a huge undertaking, and it must be completed ere the corruption spreads this far. Thus I say to you again, do not hold out hope for an audience. Okay. I think there was two guys standing down here, so I might see if they say anything as well when I come by them. It's just that guy walking. Okay, never mind. Powder, if I was not certain before, then I am now. The people of the city believe they face the end of the world. Cannot imagine what purpose compelled Emet-Selch to recreate this ancient Amarat. And yet I fancy I hear his words to us echoing throughout this ocean trench. He would have his story known. Another Aether Current. We can compare notes once the others return. Hopefully, then our next move will become clear. Oh boy. Two quests left. I don't know what's happening. Honestly, we might have time for 6.1 as well. I guess we'll see. It seemed our conversations were much alike. A looming disaster, creation magics running rampant, and this convocation's efforts to bring salvation out of chaos. I guess we'll see. I suppose there was talk of little else in the time when these events came to pass. Ah, Oriange, if I may, what are your thoughts on the ancient arts of creation? A fascinating discipline indeed. Art the mind can conceive may be rendered in reality. All that is required is a clear concept upon which to focus one's will. It is not dissimilar to the primal rites taught by the Ascians, wherein ritual ceremony breatheth life into figments of myth and legend. I see. We arrived at the same conclusion, then. The people who lived in the age before the Sundering were blessed with vast reserves of mana. No matter how draining these creation magics must be, it seems they paid the cost with not more than a fraction of the ether which coursed through their own bodies. If we were to attempt the same, such spells would soon deplete our energies, and then seek to draw the balance from elsewhere, from a hoard of crystals, mayhap, or from the very land itself. Thus, when this art of creation was placed into our hands, it became, in effect, a means for destruction. An interesting matter which no doubt bears further study, but despite all these revelations, I worry we are no closer to finding Emet-Selch. Has anyone learned aught which might lead us to his location? Not directly, mayhap, but from what we've heard, it seems like the convocation of 14 is sequestered in the nearby Capitol building. When we went to see for ourselves, the attendant wouldn't let us through without a writ of permission. So we tried our luck at the Bureau of Administration, where we thought these permissions might be issued, but the clerk there said he couldn't help us since our names didn't appear in the registry. And that was where we gave up. I wonder though, Tauda, could you be eligible for one of these writs? The voice in the lift seemed to know who you were. It might say that your name is registered at the bureaus as well. Worth a look, I'd say. Meanwhile, I'll head back to the capital and search for a less official point of entry, just in case. Pray allow me to accompany thee on thy reconnaissance. An arcane perspective may prove needful. Ahem, I think I'd like to speak with more of these ancients. Maybe they know something that could help cure Tauda's condition. Would you mind coming with me? Of course I don't mind. Just lead the way. Then, Ystrola and I will busy ourselves with further exploration. There is surely more intelligence to be had. And so we part ways once more. This time, however, let us reconvene in front of the Capitol. Alright. Ah, Aether Current quests. That explains it. I was like, man, I'm kind of surprised we don't have all the rest of the Aether Current quests. They just now appear. I'm gonna do all these, actually. Lightning clusters. Neat. I must say, little one, those garments you're wearing, they are your own original concepts, I take it. Clearly they must be, given their rather singular flamboyance. I would never dream of stifling a fledgling creator's creativity, but to parade about in your own cultivated individuality is hardly praiseworthy. You return with foods, hell yeah. An Amarantine of character shares their creations with the community. They do not hoard them for their use alone. To delight in disparity is a mark of the morally deficient. Disparity engenders feelings of wanton resentment, which degrade the bonds of fellowship. Thus do we encourage creators to share and share alike, else we risk kindling the embers of covetousness and violence that ever smolder in the hearts of all. They're not actually that tall, it's just Emmett's perception of them. Maybe, yeah. Therefore, I must implore you, little one, to cast aside your original trappings and don the communal robes, that you might acquit yourself as an equal among many. In doing so, you will be afforded greater respect and autonomy. Worry not, for this will be a simple affair. I recall seeing a gentle soul outside the Hall of Rhetoric carrying robes perfectly suited for one of your diminutive stature. I am sure they will be glad to share their wealth with you. But do hurry, little one. The eyes of the collective are ever watching and weighing your worth. Alright, perfect. And that'll lead us to where the next one starts as well. Let me, I'm gonna kind of be slouching down for a little while, so let me, fix my camera real quick. Also lower this a bit. Like right there. See, the funny thing is, slouching's good. It's mostly just stagnancy that's bad. Oh, we aren't looking rather smart this day. Aren't we looking rather smart this day? What can I do for you, little one? Minus 10 points for disrespect, damn. Okay. Fair enough. Robes to serve in lieu of your ensemble. Ah, how prudent. Alas, I have nothing I can offer you at this present time. The ones you associate saw me carrying earlier and were a failed experiment. I never intended to make them so small, so I disposed of them shortly thereafter. That's fucking stupid. Because they're objectively wrong. Failed experiment? What do you mean? By your bemused expression, I gather you find it odd that your elders can fail in so simple an application of creation magics. It is more common than you may realize, little one. In this instance, a gaggle of children was passing by as I held the image of the robes in my mind's eye. Simply by becoming aware of their presence was the form influenced and the final product changed. He was fired, luckily. Good! Good! I would assume there was other reasons for the firing. If it was only for that, then that doesn't make much sense. But, yeah, I would assume that there's other reasons. That's just like a, if there's smoke, there's fire situation. In general, bitch, yeah, that checks out. All things considered, it could have been worse. Just the other day, I was attempting to conceive a white-haired lion, when all of a sudden, this exquisite eagle alighted on the nearby railing, giving me quite the shock, and dramatically altering my initial concept. Extremely rude to students, particularly male ones. Oof. Yes, indeed, it was a most unexpected development, but not an altogether unwelcome one. Great strides are often born from unexpected impetuses. But even inspiration has its limits. For all the wonders we have wrought, I do wonder if there will come a time when we have fully explored the potential of our powers, when there is nothing, truly nothing left unmade, and only iteration and imitation and stagnation remain. On mobile while you make dinner, what up, what up? Welcome back. But such esoteric matters need not concern you, little one. For now, I would encourage you to embrace your creativity and work on your magics without fear of failure. Nevertheless, it would still be in your best interest to don the appropriate robes to avoid excess scrutiny. Why don't you go to the bureau of the architect and request the appropriate concept so you can fashion one yourself? Didn't they say it's a long-ass wait, though? God damn it. Okay. Let's go accept this one as well. This guy wishes to engage me in a battle of wits. Oh shit. Greetings, little one. Come to debate at so young an age. How wonderful. Shall we retire to the benches and settle on a topic? Oh, my apologies for jumping to conclusions. My friends are not quite as fond of the Hall of Rhetoric as I am, so I have a habit of chatting up any potential conversation partners. So if you're not here to debate, I presume you are here to learn about the mysterious and esoteric goings-on here. It would be my pleasure to act as your tutor in these matters, if you will indulge me. The Hall of Rhetoric is, as its name indicates, a place where citizens may freely gather to discuss and debate all manner of topics. I did not see that. Hold up. It didn't appear in the log. Why did that one not appear in the log? Why did that one not appear in the log? God damn it. Got exhausted translating 20,000 lines of dialogue that won't be read by most people? True. Probably. Greatest minds on offer as well, should you wish to refine your techniques through self-study. To my mind, however, rhetoric is a living, breathing thing that is best experienced in the moment of conception and execution. Oh, okay. That's because that was somehow put into... That was 2 put into 1. Okay, let me see. All manner of topics, the central form is ideal for open discourse, but smaller rooms are available for those desiring more intimate conversation. There's a wealth of reading material concerning rhetorical techniques and history penned by the greatest minds on offer as well, should you wish to refine your techniques through self-study. To my mind, however, rhetoric is a living, breathing thing that is best experienced in the moment of conception and execution. Perhaps a demonstration would best serve to further your education. I saw a contemporary of mine engaged in a lively debate earlier, just outside the hall. Go and see if they're still there, and issue them my personal invitation to a friendly battle of wits. Let's go. The conception. The conception. It took me so long to find that button. There they are. Firebrand. But that is precisely my point, that their obsession with this so-called mandate to approve only the most beneficial concepts for wider distribution, never mind the ridiculous subjectivity of their criteria, has led the Bureau of the Architect astray from its original purpose. Huh? Have you business with me, child? Regardless, I'm in the middle of a heated discussion with my partner. Come back later. No, my position has nothing to do with the intrinsic value of unique identity and whether or not it is retained. Rather, I posit that the reproductions of a given concept are inherently imperfect, and thus they are themselves unique, albeit in minor but significant degrees, and most importantly, this variance is not to be condemned, but celebrated. Better than to strive in vain for an impossible standard that, even if met, would leave us lesser for lack of diversity. The Amaratines appear to be engrossed in their debate, utterly deaf to you and your pleas for attention. I have to keep trying to talk to him. Oh boy. My, aren't you a stubborn little bugger? It's strangely endearing, I must admit, but we have all the time in the world. Why are you so insistent that I speak with you this very instant? Ah, you are unacquainted with that chatterbox. I suppose I do owe them a debate or two, and now is as good an occasion as any. So be it. All right. So you have found my friend. Thank you, little one. Then without further ado, let us commence the promised debate. As to the matter of what subject we shall debate today, I propose the recent calamity which has befallen our friends across the pond. What say you? Ooh. For longest continuous video game story? like... Is it? I don't... I don't know about that. Are they talking about, like, from the year of the first game to current? Continuous without any prequel, side stories, or anything? Okay. Weird. That's like a weird qualifier. Because, like, that's... What? Because, yeah, that would be, like, that's so weird. Because, like, would things that have small flashbacks in them not count as that, then? They meant by year, okay. Yeah, if by year, that makes sense, but I would argue, like, there are game stories that are way longer, even as of what all of the Tekken games have. I was just like, that seems strange. But yeah, if it's like from the initial date of the first game to the initial to the date of the most recent game, then yeah, I can understand that. That's still weird though. But that's also just how Guinness World Records work, is that they're just like very weirdly specific a lot of the time, because why not? It's just like, oh, this record doesn't really mean shit. Because they are infamous for that. Anyway, as to the matter of what subject we shall debate today, I propose the recent calamity which has befallen our friend across the pond. What say you? The singular point of contention is, of course, whether or not Amarat should intervene on their behalf. I believe we should. The scale of the disaster, which threatens that distant metropolis, is of a scale heretofore unseen, and so equally considerable resources must be committed to counteracting its effects. Tekken still hasn't concluded that arc. Yeah, that's wild. I disagree. The scale concerns me less than the nature of the proposition itself. Who are we to unilaterally intervene in the affairs of those who half a world away? Are we to be the saviors of one and all? Such arrogance may well lead to our downfall. While I understand your concerns from a philosophical standpoint, I fear you are too quick to dismiss practical considerations out of a desire to maintain an unassailable moral authority. But let us, you and I, hold here for the present and offer the floor to our young student. You have heard our opening salvos in this debate concerning the fate of our neighbors across the sea. What is your opinion on the matter? Real world record for EverQuest 2 for being the first game to allow purchases of real world items in game. Real world items in game? Weird. I didn't know that was a thing. As in physical items. That's... Yeah, for a second I thought you were saying in-game items in the real world, but I'm like... That's just microtransactions. But then I realized real world items in-game. That's... strange. The only other game that I can think of that can do that is, You can order pizza through the chat log? What? Okay. That is weird. Huh. Let me see. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it's indolence. Cannot save everyone, sometimes it is all we can do to save ourselves. I'm gonna say ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it's indolence. I think that's good. Keyword being could, yeah. I would assume that's not available any longer. Indeed, indeed. The same can be said regardless of one's opinion on the morality of intervention. There is a clear and undeniable benefit to Amarat in using this situation as a testbed for our newest creations, that we might develop and refine our defenses against a potential threat to our own fair city. How readily you cede the moral high ground. Was not our friend's point that we have an ethical obligation to those to aid those in need? Yet not only do you instead elect to focus on the benefit to Amarat alone, but you would also deprive our distant neighbors of the agency to determine their own fate. Why can't you order pizza in 14? This is BS. True. Got a point. You misunderstand me. What benefits Amarat benefits all creation. I firmly believe, for the knowledge and wisdom we stand to gain from intervention, that can then be shared with others, empowering everyone to move to more effectively surmount similar trials in the future. Bro, I wish debate was this civilized in real life. I wish debates weren't just a dick measuring contest in real life. Because that's all they are. Let's be real. I must say, it has been far too long since I engaged in such a refreshing exchange of ideas. My colleague was equally delighted by the opportunity. You may be assured. Ah, peace! Thanks for the follow. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Some decry it as little more than an academic exercise. After all, we failed to reach a meaningful consensus, but I dare say they missed the forest for the trees. Are we not more enlightened by the experience? Have we not been exposed to a greater variety of viewpoints? Is there not value in this alone? I truly believe we are blessed to be a part of society that exalts the free exchange of ideas, and that encourages active participation in the public discourse. Got to follow last time. Ah, yeah, I appreciate it. I feel that, though. That definitely happens to me. I'll be like, I forget to, and then I come back later and I'm like, oh shit, how am I not following? That's a mood. And encourages active participation in public discourse. This is definitely interesting. It is pretty cool. This may have been no more than your first foray into the exciting world of rhetoric, but I sense you have the soul of a debater in you. You may well have the potential to change Amarat in ways no one ever thought possible. I shall be watching your trajectory with great interest, my young friend. Okay. Neat. Alright, let's go get our robes. Potentially, assuming we don't have to wait thousands of years. Oh no. You know it's gonna be a good message when it starts with "My mom is so fucking white." I was making ravioli and I was salting it and she came up to me and was like, "Ooh, getting fancier." What do you mean I'm making unbuttered, unsauced ravioli with salt? You know what? That checks out. That is... That is pretty good. Oh man. Don't you hate it when salt is fancy? Oh, and there's another quest in here too, so we gotta come here anyways. Regarding you like a lost young child, oh boy. Be like, ooh, ah, that's good, but it's too spicy when drinking water. True. Greetings and welcome to the Bureau of the Architect. Are you in need of assistance? It would be my pleasure to answer any questions you might have. To your left is the counter where you may submit registration for new creations. To your right, you will find the counter where you may requisition concepts on file. Am I correct in assuming you are not familiar with the services we provide? I see. A more detailed explanation is in order then. You understand that by harnessing the powers of creation, we can give physical forms to all manner of concepts, yes? Yeah, that's literally me, Narok. Like, I'll get spicy food, and then I'll be like, do you want to try? And they're like, no, it's probably too spicy for me. I'm like, God damn it. This is good food. Eat the good food. Random Records, MGS4 has the record for the longest single unbroken video game cutscene ever. How long is the MGS4 cutscene? Because I know Death Stranding has one that's like 2 or 3 hours long. Unless that's multiple cutscenes. 78 minutes. Weird. How long is the Death Stranding one then? Unless it's like split up into multiple cutscenes. That might be outdated, yeah. Because I've always heard about Death Stranding's ending cutscene. But it is Kojima, so it makes sense. Picture a bouquet of fresh, fragrant flowers, all the colors of a rainbow. Now picture those self-same flowers formed of delicate crystal, impossibly fragile and radiating hues beyond the visual spectrum. Every day our people push the boundaries of imagination to conceive new and striking designs like these. But there are limits to what a single individual can shape with their abilities alone. Those who harbor greater ambitions may offer their concepts to others here, that they might with the strength of many accomplish what one cannot. But not by that much, it's 90 minutes, okay. Wild. Not all concepts are approved for wider distribution, of course. Dangerous, subversive creations pose a risk to everyone, and so it is only after a comprehensive evaluation, after a concept is judged to further the greater good, that we permit it to be shared with the community. Do you understand, little one? One day I hope we get a 90-minute Final Fantasy cutscene. Since you are here, I think it might benefit you might benefit from conversing with some of the others currently availing themselves of our services. Why don't you go and speak with some of the citizens waiting for their registrations to be processed? Much as I would like to believe my explanation was more than sufficient, I expect that you may gain greater insight this way. What days am I in town? The 6th to the 10th. I am planning to probably leave on the Monday. Like, probably Monday morning. At the very least, that's what I have days off for, so. Let me see. Concept clerk. Places you're gonna drag me to eat? Fair. I gotta figure out what the fuck we want to do with my grandpa, because he was like, oh yeah, if your friend wants to come along, he's totally welcome. I'm like, alright, sure. That's cool. Because you'd probably actually really like my grandpa. He's cool as hell. He's the old man who worked at a library for his entire life and like just plays jazz piano gigs on the side. So he's sick as hell. Welcome to the Bureau of the Architect, little one. Are you here to request a concept for personal use? If so, what sort of concept did you have in mind? Yeah, he's cool. Ah, communal robes. That would take but a moment to prepare. Before I fill your request, I should caution you. Pardon me for asking, but your creative potential is, relatively low, is it not? We are trained to assess these things, and I fear you do not possess the ability to express this concept in physical form. It's almost as though you completely lack it, though that can't possibly be. But regardless of the reason, you needn't worry. We have special tools that may be used to address this very eventuality. I will furnish you with an etheric rope that you can use to restrain one of the misbegotten cubuses that congregate in the plaza north of the Academia Anidor? What the fuck is that word? Anidor? Anidor. I don't know. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. You will need to weaken your quarry before you can reliably bind them. But once you have, you can repurpose their energies to create your own robes. Anidor. Okay. Thanks, Doxy. Also, hi, Doxy. Is this your first time here? Okay, that's the same guy. We'll talk to this guy. How was work? Hopefully not too bad. And if it was bad, at least home. At least home now. It was fucking horrible. I am sorry. I wish it wasn't. I am sorry. But yeah, hey, at least you're home. Hello, hello, little one. So rare it is to see one of your size roaming about here. Come to learn about the Bureau, are we? Actually, I had to deal with the worst customer you've ever seen. Oh no, that is not good. Because customers can be bad, and if it's the worst, oh god. 4 shifts left, then a new job. Good. Good. Good shit. So rare it is to see one that required with that. I'm here today to register a new creature, boneless with semi-translucent skin. It drifts through the air like a dancer on a summer breeze. Its tentacles trailing behind. It utilizes gas bladders to propel itself from place to place, you see. Yeah, I'm also very excited for that, because God. Yeah, this new job is good. Hopefully. Hopefully new job treats you better. I know that you are exhausted as hell most of the time. Boneless with semi-translucent skin. Drifts through the air like a dancer on a summer breeze. Weird. I'll admit it's not the most elegant of designs. I'd not shed a tear if it were rejected, quite frankly. But what can I say? I take pleasure in conceiving unorthodox designs. A beginner like you shouldn't take after me, though. Kindly Amarantine be like fart jellyfish. True! If you're looking to pick up a few tips, you should probably ask someone else. Ah, is that not my number they just called? If you'll excuse me. And go get that fart jellyfish made, buddy. I believe. Are you the child I saw speaking with the attendant earlier? I thought so. So young and already so eager to learn about the concepts and creations. That curiosity will serve you well, young one. I've been credited with a few popular concepts, I'm proud to say. I'm hoping that my latest will be equally well received. Autonomous figures. I say my latest, but it really is the product of many others' efforts and individual insights. But such is the case for every masterwork, I reckon. Autonomy notwithstanding, these creations know no fear. They are wholly devoid of emotion and will, without hesitation or resistance, engage in any dangerous activity, even if death is assured. There's a beauty in that, I think. I hope that the officials do so as well. I tell you, there's nothing more nerve-wracking and thrilling than the waiting period before you receive the result. Love it and hate it in equal measure. Anyway, that's all I've got to say about it. If you're still keen to learn more, why not pester that worrywart over yonder? Come to think of it, I think their particular creation was designed to appeal to children. Yeah. I'm actually curious about something, because he mentioned automaton. Wow, they're literally the size of the Cruise Chaser. If not, like, a little bit bigger. That's wild. There we go, at least I feel like a normal person now. I feel like I am the minion of the Cruise Chaser right now. I'm the minion that rides on the shoulder of Cruise Chaser. You there, an aspiring creator come to learn about the Bureau and its inner workings, I trust. Well, that's all well and good, but since you're here, perhaps you can help me with a little something. I've been refining a concept of mine for some time now. Adorable little creatures designed to be the perfect plaything for any young citizen. But I'm still terribly unsure if it's ready to be submitted for approval, which is why I was hoping you might first put it through its paces and tell me what you think. Your honest opinion. I'll have no flattery from you, young lady. This matrix will allow you to summon my creations, but don't use it here. Take it outside first, and don't be afraid to play rough. It's all part of the fun. Okay. If you say so. Guessing I have to go over here. Alright, let's use it. Okay, those are just slimes. Hi there. Hi, slimes. Oh, fuck! Boop. And boop. We gotta ride Cruise Chaser. We gotta have something equal in size. Actually, now that I think about it, this would probably be the right size, if not a little bit bigger, depending on what size. Well, I don't know. Is the Cruise Chaser a consistent size, depending on your race? I actually don't know. I feel like it might be, but I don't remember. Because it is a two-person mount. But then again, the car is also a four-person mount, and I think that scales somewhat. Or maybe it doesn't. I don't even remember. I literally don't remember. Probably not, yeah. I don't know. How did you find my lovelies? Were they as delightful and engaging as I had hoped? Tell me everything. Spare no details. I say, they spouted nonsensical phrases and attacked you like mad beasts. How distressing, and not at all like what I had intended. My sincerest apologies to you, little one, for the unpleasant experience. Still, from these experiences do we grow stronger and wiser. I look forward to the day when you will try your hand at creation too. Bro, I wish I could just think something up and then, like, make it a thing that exists. That'd be sick. Alright, off we go. Let's go get ourselves a cube. I want to see what's up here real quick. Is this the capital? What are you gonna say? Have you heard about these calamities the other cities are facing? Terrifying concepts, the stuff of nightmares, running amok. What are the people to do? Question? Good question indeed. Oh, does this loop around? I think it might. Actually, hold up. What's in here? Let me look in here. Bench is here. Okay, yeah, this is the capital. Okay. We'll come back here later then. That's an enemy. The Cubus. Oh. There we go. Okay, let me go ahead and get the rest of this. Rest of this bit of map discovered. I don't know how much there is. But it seems like there's a decent amount. Okay. Wondering how you get to that area, but I guess we'll find out eventually, maybe. Probably just fly there, honestly. Alright, too bad I didn't attune to that before I came all the way over here. That would have been smart. Gonna have to go down that way anyway, so we'll just go to the end point for this, and then we'll go that way. Oh, boy. Up we go. I just tried to drink my water while it still had the cap on it. Good job. Alright. Does someone want to help fly me to the other Aether Currents? Real quick. This will be the last one I need before the main quest one. After I'm done, yes? Okay. Cool. Welcome back, little one. Did you succeed in binding a Cubus? I did. Yeah, hell yeah. Sick. What is this? Fuck off. I'm getting random notifications. I don't like it. We can all fly, yeah. You have done well, little one. Allow me to siphon its energies and prepare the matrix for you. It should only take a moment. Here you are, a creation matrix that you may use to generate your own robes. Cool. The concept is inscribed upon the crystal, which has been infused with the aether of the beast you brought me. Are the aether currents? Yeah. Usually I don't, but this one I just, like, didn't worry about it, so, yeah. What? Why are you looking at me as though you do not know how to channel the powers of creation? It is as natural as breathing. Even a newborn babe has the instinct. Even if your potential is lacking, and as one of our people, you must surely know what to do. I don't know. I don't even think I got it. Okay, cool. I don't get robes, I guess. Go into the story that gets done after, yeah. Okay. Shiba time. God, and this Shiba's like tiny to them too. I'm tiny. Imagine how tiny the Shiba is to them. And this is a big Shiba. Imagine how small a normal dog would be. I'm gonna attune to this. And then, yeah. Let me see. How many other crunts did I miss? Oh, I only missed one. So I actually might not even need to be flown to one. I can probably just find it. Lala Shibas. Oh god, yeah. Okay, you know what? I'm actually just gonna go do it myself then. Because it'll only take a second. I was thinking I had like 2 or 3 left. Okay, how close am I now? North. Okay. Where, I guess we'll go out this way. Yeah, we should have no problem with this. I was thinking it was going to be much more than just this one. But it turns out I actually did a pretty good job of collecting these, I just wasn't paying attention to them. Alright. God, this area music is so good. D2. 8. Get the fuck away from me. Keep on going. Northwest. We're getting pretty close. Full Fathom 5 and Neath Dark Waters are both amazing. I didn't know that's what they were called. Good to know, though. Southwest. Southwest. South. There it is. Okay, there we go. Hi, Pinch. Bye, Pinch. Alright. Let's talk to the Bureau of Provisioners and stuff real quick. Oh, okay. These are shop people. Okay. Neat. Can't believe it. Reconditioner, is that Mender? Cool. A visitor's writ. Yes, I can assist you. Full name, please. Tadakiyama, please wait near the counter while I confirm your details. Man, they really make you wait. Tadakiyama, your application is ready for collection. As your residency was approved by Emmett Selk himself, further forms of identification will not be required. Here are your application documents. Submit them at the Bureau of the Secretariat, and the clerk will issue you with a visitor's writ for the capital. Sick. Let's go. Welcome to hell. Oh no. It's the DMV. Oh no. I still don't like this place for the sole fact that it's referred to as the City of the Ancients, and City of Ancients does not mean good things in a Final Fantasy game. That scares me, but oh well. DMV, Poggies, yes. Truly very... There we go. I had to stall for a second to get to it. All the way over. Alright. Oh shit, we're making a line. Oh no! Alright, I guess we're standing in line. Alright. Oh god, someone died in line. Alright, we're waiting our turn. Damn. So how are y'all doing? I'm gonna wait. I'm waiting in line. I'm not gonna be rude. I'm waiting in line. Any and all waiting here is all on y'all. I have no say over this matter. Okay, there we go. That the first person done? Hell yeah. Wow. Can't believe it. Alright. How are y'all doing tonight? Hope you're doing well. We're vibing. Can't believe the DMV sucks in 14 too. Damn, you're right. SMH my head. Hey, Pinch, don't you dare fucking cut in line, I swear to God. Don't you dare cut in line. You get back here right now. Don't even think about cutting in line. That's what I thought. Jeez. There it is. Couldn't remember what my RP walk button is. Alright. It is pretty good. There we go. Need 2 more people. Oh boy. We're almost there. So close, yet so far. Alright, there we go. This person got in line too. I don't know who this is. don't even know if this is someone that we know. But I hope it isn't, because if not, that's fucking hilarious. Alright, there we go, we made it. Next, please. Oh, this is words. Okay, sick. Hand over the application. Oh, Pinch is dead. Visiting the capital, are we? Please take a seat. Your name will be called once your application has been processed. Oh my god, we actually have to... See if they go around now. They just said, fuck this. I'm not waiting. Alright, well, I guess we sit down and wait. The way I'm just fucking sitting on the seat. Oh no. That's not good. May I? May you what? Oh, may you sit there? I mean, I think there's people sitting there and outside of the cutscene, so maybe not. You, I think, are from a time beyond ours. Have you followed in the wake of Emet-Selch? Nay, there is no cause for alarm. I am simply a shade, here and not here. I know only that my name is Hythlodeus, and that this city is a recreation, a phantom moment plucked from the well of history. This person knows what the fuck's going on. Weird. Hythlodeus. Okay. Oh yeah, that is Hythlodeus. Okay. These others seem unaware of their pale existence, but I wonder if Emet-Selch's mind was distracted when it came to my reconstruction. A stray thought would have been enough. Hythlodeus will realize the truth, for example. We were close friends once, you see. Hythlodeus, aw shit. Yet in spite of my perception, I would play the same role as all the rest. A bit part meant to bring color and noise to this well-crafted stage. Too much scrutiny and we shall burst like the fragile bubbles we are. Thus I tell you again, my presence is not to concern you. I wish only to share your company whilst we wait. If you've come this far, then you know of the catastrophe which awaits us on our morrow. The final days. What began as isolated incidents soon swelled into a world-spanning threat. The Convocation of 14, well, it was 13 at the time, endeavored to create a will for our star. We would repair the fundamental laws of order and halt the spread of destruction. But creation on such a scale required an immense source of power. One of us who still lived, nearly half offered up their lives in name of salvation. And from their sacrifice, Zodiac was born, just as we had hoped. He reached forth and halted the march of oblivion. Yet oh, how the star suffered. So many species lost. The land was blighted, the waters poisoned, and even the wind had ceased to blow. Once more did our people give themselves to Zodiac. Another half of our race sacrificed to cleanse the world, to ensure that trees and grasses and myriad tiny lives would sprout and grow and flourish. The cycle of life had begun anew, and we reconsidered the means by which we might protect it. The Convocation decided thus. We would nurture our world until it was bursting with vitality. Then, when the time was right, we would offer some portion of its living energy to Zodiac. In return, he would restore to us those brethren whose souls had fed his strength, and together we would resume our role as stewards. There were, however, those who disagreed with this plan. They argued that enough had been sacrificed to Zodiac, that this new world should belong to the lives newly born. These dissidents surrendered their life energies in the creation of Heidelin, an incarnation of their opposing belief, and for the first time in history our people stood divided. Know you, then, how this conflict ended. I thought you might. There he is. Emmett Selk has never been a champion for the will of Zodiac. Oh, has ever. I read that as never. That's very different. Has ever been a champion for the will of Zodiac. The original plan may have been set back by millennia, but he will not have abandoned his cause. His course. He will pay the price for our return by whatever means is necessary. And though he may carry himself with a certain glib ease, Emmett Selk is not a man to bear his burdens lightly. In fact, I imagine they have only grown heavier with every passing century. "'Tis truly a terrible weight he has chosen to carry." Taura Akiyama? It seems your turn has come. Pray do not let me keep you. Ah, there was one last thing. You walk with another at your side, yes? Oh. Oh, shit. Nay, I see no definite form, just the faintest suggestion of a second soul. I doubt it visible to anyone but me. Otherwise, I assume only you can see and hear this ethereal companion. Your connection is hardly a coincidence. In our time, the two of you were one. The color of your souls tells the tale. Is he saying that the version of us before the source got split into 13 shards, that we were literally the same person? Like, I can understand it because it is modeled after, like, the canonical Warrior of Light. Ardbert is. But I was not expecting that. He's basically saying smile, yes. Huh. A hue that distinctive cannot be mistaken, no matter how thin the soul is spread. Too far off, I guess? Okay, we'll see. This is just the kind of fate I might expect for one such as she. Surely Emmett Selk has recognized the hint of her in you. Taura Akiyama? Fare you well, my new old friend. May you find what it is you seek. Interesting. Aw, friends are gone. Your token right now? You are token, yo? Can't believe it. Your visit is writ, as requested. When you wish to gain admittance to the capital, simply present the document to the attendant within. Can't believe Ike is token, yo. Wild. Alright, let's get on our big boy. I feel like even being on this mount makes us run at what a normal walking speed would be for these guys. Or not a normal walking speed, but like a normal run speed. You mean like, never mind. I know what you mean. I'm just giving you shit. We go. Finally, you were gone so long I was on the verge of mounting a rescue party. How fared you in your bureaucratic ventures? I got the writ. That was a lot of waiting though. Ah, I see my instincts were correct. And a good thing, too. Ryanje and I weighed our chances of breaking into the capital, and an official entrance is by far the more attractive option. The capital boasteth not a single armed sentry. 'Twould seem that in their time they did not deem it needful to post guards. The windows and doors, however, appeared heavily warded, though mightily did we strive, with strength mundane and magical, we failed to budge them even a fraction of 1 ilm. Perhaps 'twas simply the case that Emmett Selk's recreation did not extend to their usual function. Yeah, makes sense. We didn't try everything, of course, but we thought it best to conserve our time and energy for more pressing matters. Speaking of which, Reen and I tried asking about a cure for you. The problem is, these ancients didn't exist beyond Amarants today, and they will heavily tell their own tales, but whenever we attempted to explain our situation, the conversation quickly became muddled. Good. I respect the sluttiness. The sluttiness is good. What of you, Tauda? Was aught worthy of interest said during your efforts to obtain a writ? Yeah, there was quite a process. A great sacrifice of life in exchange for their brethren's resurrection. And you say all the Ascian scheming has been leading to this? Come. Oh, shit. Come? Wait, hold up. Come? I just realized that probably doubled up. Hold up. Let me do that again. Come? There we go. Great sacrifice of life in exchange for their brethren's resurrection. And you say all the Ascian scheming has been leading to this? That makes sense. All this time, but if they still mean to enact this plan, then things won't end with the rejoining. I thought we knew their intentions in full. Restore the world to its former glory, and in turn, empower Zodiac to reclaim his throne as the will of the star. Yet that was merely a step along the way. I hesitate to put it into words, but we have to assume that following the final rejoining, the Ascians mean to draw on the lives of the Source to make their sacrifice to Zodiac. And it does seem the most likely scenario. Mayhap those who are allied with the Ascians would be spared that fate. But what value is there in surviving when all our history, all our struggles will be erased? I cannot conscience such an act. Of course not, and that's to say not of what Emmett Selk plans for the Exarch's power. Do we stand by and let him threaten our future as well as our past? We need to find him, Tota. And when we do... Know why it's like that? Yeah, that's weird. Just to double check, no one else is hearing crackling like my mic? Just to double check. Yeah, that is very weird. You are now. Okay. Good. Let me check some stuff. You won't be able to hear me for a minute. I'm gonna reinitialize my voice meter settings. It should take but a moment. Now it's usually because it's a. Oh, actually, hold up. Let me before I do that. Let me listen through on my end. Oh no, I'm actually hearing it there. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna mute. Okay. It's still crackling. Okay. Let me figure this out. Okay, I'm gonna force close something, and then I'll reopen it. I don't think it's loose wires. Unless it's something on my mixer itself, but I don't think so. I'll also try. Yeah, it's something past that. Okay. Yeah, actually, it's definitely something past my mixer because I'm not in the zero latency monitoring. I'm not hearing any crackling, so I would be hearing it if it was through that. So that means it's probably the software from my mixer. So let me find that real quick and then force close that. Apologies for the crackling. Hopefully that hasn't actually been going on too long. Okay. Where is it? I actually don't know where it is. How do I? Yeah, I don't even see it. Okay, hold up. Do. Okay. Nope, still crackling. Okay, okay, test. No, that's even worse. Oh, shit. Okay, depending on how bad this is, I might just have to restart my computer. Because it's definitely something before voice meter. But I don't know what. Yeah, it's way worse. Okay? No? Okay. Now it's just back to what it should be. Which is slightly crackly. Like, still pretty crackly, but not nearly as much. Okay, yeah, I think I'm going to... Okay, I'm in the middle of this cutscene. Okay, we'll finish this cutscene, and then I'm gonna restart my computer, and then we'll be back. So make your mark, change the course of history in a way that's been felt by those who came before, and those who came after, by everyone you've ever met. Tech moment, yeah, true. Unfortunate. Love it. Change things so that even my other self dying somewhere in that future, Calamity will smile and say, I knew you would win. Is fighting him itself the only way? Selk, the only way. He created an entire city. It'll take everything we have to defeat him if we even can. And if you push that hard in your current state, the light will break free. The decision to press on lies with you, just as it lies with each and every one of us. Okay. Sure. Okay. That's good. I'll be right back. I'll go ahead and just exit the game like this. Okay. Anyways, yeah, I'll return momentarily. I'll be back as soon as possible. Hopefully it'll be better once I restart my computer, we'll see. But I'll be back in a minute.